A song for the ages. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Move around like you don't care. Just look at these timeless lyrics. Look at the timeless lyrics to this track. Let me show you. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Move around like you don't care. Honestly, words to live by. Words to live by, if you ask me. Have you taken time to shake your ass lately? I recommend it. I recommend a good amount of healthy ass shaking for your mental health. I stand by it. Why do I sound like an NPR host from the 90s? So I was born in the wrong era. Born in the wrong era. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is the presentation today, and I just want to let you know, this is the most fleshed out, beefy honker of a presentation that we've done. This one's gonna make you feel like you're in college. This one's got some weight to it, brother. We had a lot to cover. I had to cram it all in. I can see how it would help. Oh yeah, shaking your ass for your mental wellness. Just think about it. Do you ever shake your ass when you're having a bad time? What do you do when you have a bad time? You put your head in your hands, you curl into a ball. But when you're up and you're shaking your ass, you're probably having a good time. I would comfortably say at least 98, 99% of the time. There are probably some people out there who shake ass for money and they're just, it's not really their passion. It's just a job to them, and so, you know, maybe they're more ambivalent about it. But I would say that for most people, oh, this is a topic I like. It's always fun to talk about, oh, this one, this topic, this presentation, or asses. Either one I'm fine with. They're both good to me. Shaking ass to Abracadabra saved me. Same, honestly. It's a great dance song. It's good to see that Lady Gaga's making some really solid dance music again. She's had some misses lately with that Joker movie and, you know, but Abracadabra is really good. I'm excited for her new album. I used to be conservative, but I got educated, so now I'm like, my life duty is to educate others. That's a good passion. I feel like that passion to educate other people is an important part of what helps us to survive as a species. It's a very noble pursuit to be an educator. To be willing to sit down with somebody and be like, alright, let me explain this to you. Let's figure this out together. Disease was good too. Disease was good, but it didn't really sink its teeth into me like Abracadabra did. But if I'm gonna be honest, going back to it now after Abracadabra, I appreciate it more. We chowing on some stew. We got Chinese food yesterday. This is some of my leftovers. I just heated them up in a skillet, made a little stir fry out of them. So yeah, I'm just munching on that. Yeah, Disease was good, but it wasn't until Abracadabra came out where I was like, oh, she's back. She's back. You love to see it. It's like, alright, Lady Gaga, you got your Oscar. You can act. We acknowledge that. Now get back to making good music again, please. It's what we need you for. Alright, so this is our presentation today. You're gonna want to be seated for this one, because look, just you can just look. You can just get a sneak peek at like, oh yeah, this one's got some beef to it. There's 2 slides that don't even have pictures. I had so many words to put on the slide, I didn't even have room for pictures. That's how serious of a presentation this is. It's gonna be fun though. We've got a lot of good information here. We got a lot to talk about. The right-wing grifter pipeline, a phenomenon that I'm sure most of us have witnessed firsthand. Just to name a few, Roseanne Barr. Remember when Roseanne Barr made a racist tweet and then she went MAGA grifter? Who else? Give me some more examples. Asmongold. He made the right-wing grift transition. Ethan Klein is kind of... There's something that we talk about here. It's the different manifestations, the different ways that this phenomenon presents itself. And one of them is the radical centrist. Jordan Peterson, another fantastic example. Kanye West. Exactly. Didn't Crowder do this? The thing is like, even if you start like in the middle or like kind of on the right, it's like there's something about the right that just sucks people in from that, because it's like, we don't care that your ideas are repugnant. We don't care that your beliefs are offensive. We don't care that you like to say slurs. We all like to do that too, so come on and join us. It's very like self-reinforcing and encouraging for like the shitbags of the world to just accumulate to the larger cohesive pile of shit, you know? It's like dung beetle mechanics. So yeah, even like, we're gonna talk about disaffected liberals, we're gonna talk about edgelords turned political commentators. We've got a lot to cover today. So, put your political hats on, because we're getting political today. I'm saving my politics for the weekend, I've decided. We'll get political on the weekend, because Mike's off work. Somebody's got to keep it up. You know, some of us just haven't had enough during the week. We want more politics. Maybe just one day a week. Maybe just one day a month. I don't know. We'll see how much I can stomach. I'm very shocked at the current Ethan situation. Right? It's an interesting split if you're familiar with that era of internet history. Like iDubbbz and Ethan Klein. They were on like the same wavelength, the same type of like edgy humor. But it's like they've made that split where it's like they've taken it to completely different directions. iDubbbz has shown that you can be remorseful and apologetic and committed to growth, and all of the people who aren't willing to do all of that stuff are gonna shame you for it. And it's because they're too ashamed to be accountable for the bullshit that's going on in their own life, so they're gonna judge you for apologizing. Because I never apologize. Apologizing is for losers. That's how they think. If you want to understand them, you gotta understand how they think. Thankfully, it's not that hard. It's very grug. Is that a USA mindset? It's a mindset that kind of lacks in critical thinking. It's a mindset that kind of ties into narcissistic trends. It relies heavily on like, you know, just maintaining a sense of self by consistently avoiding acknowledgement of any wrongdoing. It's always somebody else's fault. Actually, I'm the victim here. It's when people double down on their bullshit instead of just owning up to it. Like, if you gotta eat a shit sandwich, don't nibble. But the people who double up, they're just piling up. They're just shit on top of shit. Anyway, so that's what we're gonna talk about today. That's pretty exciting. I'm interested to see how this goes. This is a beefy presentation. Hope you brought your notebooks. There's a question in the chat. I'm going to scroll back up so I can see it. It's from Notorious Gamer. Hey, Brain Domain. I just feel like I'm not good when things don't go my way. Like if something goes against the way I planned, I just can't handle it. What techniques do you use for handling things going your way? My coping mechanism is self-blame, which doesn't help. I agree that self-blame is most of the time pretty useless. You know, there's a time and a place for it, but it's pretty few and far between. Maybe what we need to work on is our flexibility. I feel like if we get really hung up on the plan not going the way that we wanted it to go, that just means that we need more flexibility within our plan making. We need to practice our improv. So you got a couple options here. You could go to therapy and you could work on it and talk about it and unpack it, and you know, or you could sign up for an improv class and you could just face your fears head on and just be very uncomfortable with just having to come up with things on a whim. Either one of those would probably work. Is there a quiz? Actually, there's an essay due today. Your papers are due today. Did you forget? Can you go ahead and just pass those up to the front of the row? Thank you. Can I get an extension? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really feel like grading papers today anyway, so let's just give everybody an extension. Just take another week. Take another week, that's fine. Just going back to the question we had, just about dealing with plans not going your way or just beating yourself up when things, don't go as you predict that they will. You gotta remember that life is unpredictable in many ways. We try our best to figure out what's gonna happen. It always goes a little bit differently than we're expecting. It never quite goes exactly according to plan. That's why the best plans have wiggle room. They have contingencies, they have plans within plans. I'm too scared to trip. That means that you're showing it the respect that it deserves. If you feel fearful or hesitant to trip, like on a psychedelic, listen to that feeling. Take some time thinking about that. Why is that? What am I afraid of? We want to work on addressing that fear beforehand. Eaten. This is leftover Chinese food. We got Chinese for dinner and we had some leftovers, so I made a little stir fry. I'm afraid of my belly hurting before I get to the good part. That's why I don't like to eat mushrooms. Whenever I eat mushrooms, like the actual mushroom itself, it fucks with my stomach and it's very distracting. I'm like in the bathroom feeling like I gotta either puke or poop, but I'm not sure which one. And now I'm suddenly very involved and aware of all of my body's biological processes. Isn't it so fun to be this machination of meat and bone that turns food into poop? And here we are at it again. And it's like, that's not what I really want from a trip. It doesn't get everybody, but if you have like for me it does. A lot of people say it will like upset their stomach, and I'm one of those people. So I don't like to eat the full-on mushroom. I'll do it in like a chocolate bar though, that's fine. Oh yeah, the lemon soak. I've tried that one too, and it does make it a little bit better. The worst the worst stomach pains I ever had with it was whenever I would just like eat it. You know what I mean? If you soak it in lemon juice, it essentially pre-digests or like pre-breaks down the chemical for you. Because what happens whenever you eat mushrooms is your stomach, it digests it, it breaks it down, but it converts the psilocybin that's in the mushroom into a similar but different compound. It's called psilocin, and that's what you actually trip on, is the psilocin. And that one is metabolized in your stomach. So you just soak it in the juice, just grind that shit up, top it with some lemon juice, enough to like cover it. You don't need all that much. You could even just take the whole thing as a shot if you want. It'll be sour as fuck, but you can mix some sugar in there. It could be like a little lemonade. I think that if you don't feel like right now is a good time to try something like that, then I think that you should listen to yourself. I think, is there a lot of potential for healing? Oh yeah, absolutely. But there's also a potential for harm if we do it in a reckless or, unthoughtful way. Thoughtless, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. What does ego death feel like? It feels like actual death. So, like, what does actual death feel like? They portray it in movies sometimes where it's just like you're sinking into the earth, or you're just you fade away, you disconnect from yourself, you lose your sense of self. You ask yourself the question, who am I? And then you find yourself unable to answer that question. That's ego death. It's pretty frightening the first time, but the thing about it is that fear doesn't last very long. It's the same fear that you get from like diving into a pool. You're like, I don't know, the water could be cold. It's that initial fear that's the worst. Because what you notice after you experience a feeling of ego death is it's like, it kind of like, am I alive? Am I dead? Have I been born yet? Have I ever existed at all? Like, all of these questions are just unanswerable to you right now because your mind is somewhere else. And so if you find yourself like, am I dead? Well, I guess that doesn't matter. It is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. Let's just see where this goes. So there is that initial adjustment period, but once you get through that, it's actually very peaceful. So like an existential crisis, but times 100? No, because an existential crisis can last for years. This only lasts for a moment. Is it normal to feel ego death while doing mundane chores? Now that's a little different. That would be depersonalization or derealization. That disassociation. I feel like I'm watching a sim do the dishes. I feel like my ego is underdeveloped or something. By ego in this context, do we mean self-esteem? Do we mean self-efficacy? Do we mean our, like our sense of self? Like, do I like myself? Like, what do you think of that person that you are? Is that what we mean? Do we need to bump that up a little bit? To me, it was the feeling that if I would die in that moment I was in, I would be content with it. Exactly. Like that's well said, because that is also true. It's like You come to this moment where you're like, well, whether or not I am dead or if I am dead, I'm like, I guess I'm okay. I feel at peace. This is part of the reason why they've found that mushrooms used in a therapeutic context with clinically terminal cancer patients, it can help them to overcome that fear of their impending death, and it can help them to find more joy and peace in the days they have left. My ultimate response to anything that you're like, if you're in a psychedelic headspace, just remember this: it is what it is. It's one of those situations where you can just, it is what it is, your way through it. Like, well, this is beyond comprehension. This is inexpressible, because a lot of what goes on in a psychedelic experience is really beyond words. Like, I'm trying my best to explain it, but I still feel like I'm barely doing it justice. Just go with the flow. Just go downstream. If your mind takes you to a doorway, open it. If it takes you to a staircase, follow it. If it turns left, go left. If it turns right, go right. Don't go against it. That's when you have a bad trip. Just go with the flow. It's just like a ride. Just don't try to swim upstream. Just float. One of the things that I've seen that will like trigger a bad trip in people is they come to this place where it's like, I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm losing my mind. You do have that sort of moment when you're on a psychedelic. You're like, am I insane? Is my brain ever gonna be that it was again? And then you're like, quick, what was my brain like before? I need my brain to be the way it was again. I need to be sane again. That's what I've seen people like get into, that type of thought pattern. It's like, that's gonna make you have a bad time. You just gotta roll with it. You just gotta just coast. Just lay down, listen to some music, and just enjoy. Just be. Don't fight it. Just roll with it. Also gonna have the same with alcohol psychosis. Yeah, it kind of is like being in a temporary state of psychosis. Like, a lot of what, and you gotta remember that there's different types of psychosis, but there's a certain type of psychosis where a person is making very loose associations. They're making all sorts of connections within their mind, but it's not really, they're kind of having a hard time maintaining a cohesive narrative. They're all over the place. Scatterbrained. There is a certain feeling of being like, kind of like a pinball, just bouncing around, just like, like what? Where am I going with this? What's the point here? Just sit back and enjoy. Done mushrooms 3 times, and every time the trip starts terribly and eventually becomes amazing. It's the transition from my normal active default mode and psychedelic mode. Alright, we're talking about psychedelics. Give me a minute, hold on, I gotta pull something up. I have a whole presentation on psychedelics, but we're not gonna do the whole thing today. I just want to talk about one thing, and it's your default mode network. Right now, if you are just enjoying a regularly normal day, and you're not under the effects of any sort of mind-altering substance, your brain is probably using what we would refer to as your default mode network. These are the most used daily active parts of your brain, the stuff you use day in, day out. It's part of what, it keeps your routine. It's like how you respond to things, the stuff that you normally think about, the foods you crave, all of it. All of your normal, everyday, average, run-of-the-mill thinking, which could include like millions of different thoughts, but that's your default mode network, right? These are like the superhighways in your brain. The superhighways, all the city centers, it's where all the traffic is. Now, when you take a psychedelic, all of that traffic gets rerouted. It gets rerouted to the back roads. Now you're out in the woods. You're out in the back roads. You're in the small towns, and you're making connections where there weren't connections before, and you're doing it very rapidly. There's a lot of potential here for some healing, especially like with a person's mental health. You can make connections, like maybe you don't think you're a good person, maybe you have a lot of guilt or shame or grief. It can help you to make the connections that you need to make to really heal from that and to let it go. The left would be your normal brain. If these are all of the connections that exist within your brain, it would look like the one on the left. The one on the right is your brain on a psychedelic. Many more connections, stronger connections, new connections are being formed very rapidly. Just don't stumble into a cult Midsummer style. That movie actually had a pretty accurate representation of like how people could be acting sometimes when they're on like mushrooms or something, when they're all just like laying in the field just like So as you can see, like in your normal brain, this would be your default mode network, the parts of your brain you're normally using. But when you do psychedelics, a lot of that activity gets rerouted to all these different parts of your brain. And so you're able to get new insight on stuff. You're able to figure out problems or, just make connections that might have been bugging you for years. You might finally like solve or things just feel like they click into place. Like a lot of potential here for healing. And so I'm excited where things will go as far as using this type of stuff to help people who are, depressed or they're dealing with trauma, or self-esteem issues, anxiety. I once talked out loud to my little brother who passed away, and I felt him there. That's another thing. You can have much more vivid memories or experiences, or you can feel like that person is still there. And then you also get this feeling like they're always there. They never left. They've always been with me, watching out over me. And when you're on a psychedelic, it seems so obvious. Why didn't I realize this before? How could I possibly forget this? That's one of the most interesting moments that you'll have on a psychedelic is you'll have this overwhelming sensation of, how could I have possibly forgotten this? It seems so simple and it makes so much sense. Especially DMT. Oh, especially DMT. DMT really hits in the way that it does because it's the psychedelic that your body makes on its own. It's the one you cook at home. It doesn't have to come from a mushroom. It doesn't have to be synthesized in a lab. You make that shit in your body. And so the lock and the key are a perfect match. But because of that, it's also metabolized much faster, so it's a much more intense but also much shorter experience. It's like a psychedelic bungee jump. It's like you pop into a wormhole and then you see the other side of the universe and you're approaching it very rapidly, and then you just go boop, and then you get sucked back and you're like, whoa, what the fuck was that? Just dream you don't need to smoke DMT. There are techniques that you can learn to release the endogenous DMT that is produced in your body. There's certain breathwork exercises, there's certain types of yoga practices. I'll leave it up to you to do your research on those. I've tried some, and you know what? You do feel it. It's definitely not like actually doing DMT, but DMT is a feeling that's unlike any feeling that you'll ever have. It's very recognizable once you do it. And so when you do these like breathwork exercises, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I definitely do. You're like, oh yeah, there it is. It's like the taste of Coca-Cola. You're like, oh yeah, that's it. I've done DMT before. It's very intense, no time to think or be afraid. See, that, like, yeah. And also, it'll have you feeling, like, upbeat and good for, like, the rest of the day. You're just like, huh. The first time I ever did DMT, I felt like I was just stoned the rest of the day. I'm not a fan of the popularization of DMT. You make it in your brain, brother. Like, I understand that there are people who are like, you want to lick a toad? You want to go scare a toad so that it excretes a chemical, and then you want to scrape it, and then you want to put it into this thing and hit it with a blowtorch? I'm like, yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Treat it in the same way that you would treat any of your other endogenous brain chemicals. What about the popularization of serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine? Even doing the breath work and Pilates makes me feel like I'm too high to drive even when I'm sober. See, now you're getting what I'm talking about. Like, there are breathwork exercises that you can do that will make you feel like you are fucking high. But no, I agree. The older I get, the more I'm against the irresponsible use of drugs for just the sake of partying. But I'm not gonna fault young people for doing it, because being young and stupid is the time for being young and stupid. The amino acids needed to synthesize DMT are in every living organism on Earth. That's true. And that's also just trippy to think about in and of itself. It's either present in every living organism, or the organism has the components to make it. So there's something about the molecule itself that might be very important to just the perpetuation of life in general, and that's kind of cool to think about. That does sound kind of woo-woo, I get it, like, alright, whatever. But I think it's fascinating. Some people call it the spirit molecule. Yeah, you find a lot of it in plants. That's like whenever people will extract it and like so that they can smoke it or something, they normally will extract it from a plant that is rich in the material. But your body actually makes it on its own. In small amounts. There are some theories as far as what all it does and why it's there. Some people say that it aids in dreaming. There's a part of it, you know, to tie into our dreams. Your brain also releases a lot of it upon your death. Yeah, Joe Rogan did a lot to actually popularize DMT in the mainstream. It's actually pretty popular amongst normies as far as psychedelics go. There's this episode of Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia where he goes and he interviews an underground DMT shaman who like lives in California. And he's just like, you wouldn't believe the people who come in to, you know, have a DMT experience. I got housewives, I got office workers, I got, you know, anybody you can think of. Grandparents. I think for a lot of people, the appeal is that it's, you know, it is something that your body creates on its own, so it's a little less, you know, maybe scary initially than like, oh, I have to eat something or I have to take something that was made in a laboratory. That's what I'm not a fan of. Yeah, tech bros ruin everything. They got DMT vapes nowadays and they're hitting them before board meetings. They're just like, you want to talk to God, brother? Where you get rich people paying, you know, thousands of dollars to do ayahuasca retreats in Peru. Ayahuasca is... Okay, if you have heard of ayahuasca before, the active ingredient in ayahuasca is DMT. But the reason why ayahuasca is different is because ayahuasca is like a tea that is made of a brew that has the DMT in it. You take two plants, one's got the DMT, and then another one has an MAO. It's a mono, I forget what the A stands for. Some mono something oxidase inhibitor. MAO is the enzyme that breaks down DMT. And so if you have an MAO inhibitor, it reduces the amount of MAO, so it lasts longer because it doesn't break down as slowly. Monoamine oxidase. There you go. Thank you. I forgot the A in MAO for a minute. It's been too long since graduate school. So they're basically cutting it with something to make it last longer. No, it's a little bit different than that. This is the type of stuff that they've been doing for thousands of years as far as like shamanic rituals in some of these like remote areas of the rainforest. So if DMT was just jelly, this would be peanut butter and jelly. The shamans call it La Purga. I was in the bathroom once just puking my guts out from mushrooms, and I felt like I had the hands of shamans on me. I felt like there were shamans surrounding me, and they had their hands on my face like this, and they were just like, let it all out, brother. They were just like... It was an uncomfortable situation, but I also felt comforted knowing I didn't feel alone in it. I felt like... Anyway, that was an interesting trip. I felt really good once that was over with. Out of thousands of plant combinations, they found this one. Yep. Just goes to show what people can accomplish when they're bored. They're like, I wonder what this does. I wonder what it does when I mix these two things together. Did DMT completely shift your perspective on life? It felt like it reminded me of the perspective in life that I used to have, and so it wasn't like I was completely shifting into something completely new. It felt more like I was returning to myself. And so there was a shift, but it was a shift back to like a more genuine and authentic version of me. It felt like there were layers that had been like caked on, or just like jaded perspectives from all of the, you know, the bumps and bruises that you get along the way living a human life. Like peeling an onion? More like cleaning off a statue that was, you know, that had been caked on by the elements. Or like carving out a fossil that had been buried in layers of sediment. So funny you say that, because the last time I tripped, I made this drawing collage and it just gave me a weird child familiar sense when I see it. Okay, so see, now you're cooking. Now you understand that these extended and expanded types of connections that you can make in your brain when you're on a psychedelic, that also means that you're connecting very intensely with some aspects of your inner child. Yeah, that's why it's nice to have some art supplies on hand. Maybe you might feel like doing a little bit of drawing or coloring. Me personally, I like to try to paint a self-portrait. There have been a couple times where I was tripping and I was trying to paint a self-portrait. And the result is two things that just do not look very human at all. One of them kind of looks a little bit human, but I remember in that moment, I'm like, what does a human face look like? I'm having a hard time remembering. I can picture one, but I can't really describe it right now, and I definitely don't know how to paint it. Which can, you know, it's that kind of stuff that can be confusing or scary for people, especially if you've never tried a psychedelic before. But once you learn that it's like, I don't need to worry about being stuck this way. Like I'm gonna be all right. This is just temporary, and I can just kind of observe and appreciate this new perspective that I am temporarily in. The 5-MAO toad is an incredible experience, don't knock it. Apparently you used to be able to just buy jugs of the synthesized stuff because it technically wasn't illegal. Apparently you could just buy a gallon of the stuff. I don't know if I would do it straight off the toad though. I'd hate to bother the little toad just so that I can trip balls. I'm okay with the laboratory one. You can order it online in Canada? Huh. I'd like to try DMT, but I have no idea where to get it. I'm not gonna say a word. Because DMT, even though you make it in your own body, it's illegal to have possession of. Which is really weird when you think about it. Like, what other chemicals that your body produces on its own are illegal to own? Tell me how you make illegal something that we all make in our brain. Sturgill Simpson is one of my favorite country artists because he sings songs and he'll talk about psychedelics sometimes. It's a genre of country music that I'm a fan of. It's called cosmic country. When country singers discovered psychedelics, and it's a beautiful thing. Marijuana, LSD, psilocybin, DMT, these all changed the way I see, but love is the only thing that ever saved my life. Tell me how you make illegal something that we all make in our brains. Some say you might go crazy, but then again, it might make you go sane. Those are both Sturgill Simpson lyrics. In my experience, I found that psychedelics didn't make me crazy, they drove me back to sanity. And now I'm at a place where it's like, I don't ever need to really do a psychedelic again. I've figured it out. You know, I'm like, we're good. DMT, LSD, and shrooms can be ordered online in Canada. No wonder Trump wants to make you guys the 51st state. Alright, we've got some questions in the box. Thanks for joining me for Psychedelic Talk. I'm really dressed for it today, aren't I? The headband and shit? Oh boy. Oh boy. I need to thank you for your advice. I've gotten over the most toxic group of people I've ever met in my life, and I feel extraordinary. You feel free. You're free. That's the feeling that you're feeling. It's freedom. It's that feeling you got. School's out for summer. You remember that feeling you get? School's out for summer. What happened to the PowerPoint slide from earlier? Oh, we're gonna get to that here in a few minutes. We're gonna go through these questions first. was hanging around them because I had nothing else better to do. But I've realized that spending my days doing anything else is certainly better than watching a sinking cargo ship teeming with bickering pirates hoping for change. Nice. It's probably the dumbest thing I've spent my energy on in recent years, but that's just another thing I have to be grateful for, honestly. I wish you the best, and good luck, mate. To you and that drunken captain. Peace. Hell yeah, partner. Hell yeah. There's nothing quite as freeing as, like, letting go of some toxic people from your life. Like, oh boy. Just that feeling of, like, It's better than, like, it's better than a lot of feelings. You know, it's that feeling of release, that release of a pressure. You know what I mean. You know, you gotta take a big poop. You gotta take a big poop and you finally make it to the toilet and you're just like, yes, release. I am free. I feel lighter. Very cool. I'm 26, live with my parents, and am currently jobless. I dropped out of college after 2 years. I have a part-time job coaching a high school soccer team, but I just can't seem to find joy in life anymore. It's not like my parents don't try and help, but it's become just a toxic environment where the more my parents tell me to grow up, the more I want to do nothing. See, they want you to grow up, but they're not really, like, if they're just telling you to grow up, but they're not really giving you any actionable tips, or they're not really helping to educate you and guide you through that process, they're just saying, hey, do it. That's not really helpful. You want to grow for your own sake. You want to grow because you want to grow. When it feels like other people are making a demand of us, sometimes we're like, now I'm not so sure I want to do it. You have to want to do it. If you want it to get done, you have to be the one that wants to do it. So do you want to grow for your own sake? Sounds kind of like you do. Lately, it's just become us insulting each other. I know to most I seem ungrateful or a lazy POS, and I probably am, but I just don't know where to go from here. I don't do drugs or drink ever. How do I get over my own ego and just do what I'm supposed to? We need to take a look at what is it that we're supposed to do? What are these goals that I'm working towards? Maybe these goals are too lofty, maybe they're too big, maybe they're not defined well enough, maybe we're not sure where to get started. Pick a goal, like clearly identify a goal that you want to work on. Make sure that's specific, it's measurable. We want a smart goal. You know, we want this goal to be achievable. And figure out the first step of that new goal. And then focus just on that step. It's the only step you gotta focus on. Don't worry about steps 2 through 10. Worry about step 1. It makes it hard to do anything when we're worried about everything. Sometimes we have to narrow our focus, just look at the path ahead of us, and worry about that next step that we're trying to take. Because it's that next step that's the most important one. Also, you know, you asked about getting over my own ego. I would say that the only thing that your ego is doing right now is protecting you from recognizing or feeling things that you might feel insecure about. An ego is just a way to gloss over our weak points, our insecurities. And so it's not actually helping you to do anything about those insecurities. Ego is like a fresh coat of paint over a beat down car. It can make it look good, it can make it seem better, but it doesn't actually do anything to fix what's going on the inside. So just recognize that your ego isn't serving you in this, and that if you genuinely want to feel more self-confident, if you want to have a higher level of self-esteem, you got to find yourself in a place that is deserving of that. You got to build that for yourself. You got to want it. You got to go after it. Ain't nobody else gonna do it for you, partner. Time to buck up, take advantage of the amazing opportunity of living with your parents while you can and save up that money. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like, as annoying or as irritating as your parents might be right now, they are doing you a service. They're doing you a service, and they're giving you the framework to really build something for yourself, so take full advantage of that. I feel like they harp on you, and they sometimes might make you feel frustrated with that, but I don't think that they do it because they don't want to see you doing well or they don't want to see you in a good place. I feel like they do it because it's just one of the ways that they're trying to show that they care about you. They want to see that you got drive and initiative and you've got, goals that you're working towards. Hi, Papa. Do you have any advice for how to stop thinking about every single embarrassing moment that's ever happened in my life all the time? I think so. Let's try. I randomly remember moments from high school where I did something cringy and I just think, ugh, why did I do that? Or I'll have an interaction where I said or did something embarrassing and think about it all day. I feel like the people that saw me say/do that thing will always remember me for that moment. They don't. They don't, actually. I can hardly name 10 people I went to high school with at this point. Like, I'm not remembering shit that anybody did. So you gotta remember that the further you get away from these experiences, you gotta remember I'm the only one keeping these memories in a time capsule. One of the truths of the world is that people think about us far less than we think that they do. We assume that other people must think about us as often as we think about us, and that's just simply untrue. I know that this is going to sound weird, but just take a moment, try to think about all of the stuff that you have forgotten. There are tons of moments where the people that you were interacting with were cringy, or somebody spilled something on their shirt, or they ripped their pants. You probably forgot most of that shit too, and it didn't even happen to you. So this is just a little bit of perspective taking, and that's one of the ways that we can kind of work on changing this, is just by reminding ourselves of a better perspective on this thing. It's not something that everybody's remembering. It's not something that people are celebrating annually. I just thought of one of those moments right now and cringed so hard I have to physically shake it off. Alright, so you want the real advice? Do you want the real advice? Now this is the best advice I can give you. Recognize those moments, even though they were cringy and awkward. You gotta acknowledge, you know what? That's kind of funny. You know, the reason why I cringe today at myself then is because I fear that I still am that person. I still am cringy and awkward. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's true. You've done a lot of growing since that moment. You're a different person. So look back at yourself and laugh. That's the best advice I can give you. Look back at yourself and say, that was kind of funny. Those moments of cringe, those moments of embarrassment, they can make for good stories. You can laugh about them. Why do we need to feel bad about them? Because we're worried that we still are that person, that we still are embarrassing or cringy. I feel like being able to find humor in those situations is the best way to reclaim a sense of power over those situations. Also, it's a win-win because now you have more funny stories to tell. Now you're more entertaining at parties. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. You're no longer cringing at your past self, and you're also able to be more entertaining at a party. Like, oh my god, this one time? You're taking your power back from those moments. If those moments, those memories are still influencing you today, and they're still making you feel some type of way, that is them having power over you. And we want to take our power back from those things. Also, you gotta remember that you will forget far more things than you ever remember. Just let that sink in for a moment. That's kinda not helpful, LOL. Wait, what I said? What I said? What I said was, you will forget far more things than you will ever remember. What did you have for breakfast on May the 3rd, 3 years ago? You have no fucking idea, unless you eat the same thing for breakfast every day. Like, of course, I had an egg on toast. I have the same thing every day. It's about perspective. You know, there are things that are going to happen to you that are embarrassing. Like, why do we cling to those things? Why do we hold them near and dear to us? Why do we cherish those memories? Why are they such an important part of our current everyday functioning? Yeah, I ate oatmeal it was oatmeal. I ate oatmeal every day. Well, then I guess I know that you're probably nice and regular. You're eating oatmeal every day. If you can learn to laugh at yourself, you'll never run out of things to laugh at. How does ego death change you as a person? Whenever I hear people talk about it, they always say it changed their perspective on life or the way they lived, and I find it interesting but can never fully understand how, TBH. Sorry if you did talk about this and I just missed it. LMFAO. Ego death can change a person. Absolutely, it's a very profound experience. It can change a person in different ways, but I'm just going to try to say it generally because I've heard of people who experienced ego death and it made them a better person. I've seen people experience ego death and it made them a worse person. Like if you're just like a cruel, manipulative sociopath and then you experience ego death, it might make you more of a cruel, manipulative sociopath. What it does is it helps you to reprioritize things. It helps to clear, in getting that new perspective, you're able to figure out what is it that really matters to me. If that is being a good friend, if that is showing more love, if that is pursuing your interests and your hobbies and, you know, that type of stuff, then it'll do that. It'll help you to find out what your priority is and it'll help you to make a bigger priority of it. It helps to kind of clear some of the static. It helps you to kind of get rid of some of the stuff that's just might have been weighing you down or was just getting in your way. But I would say the way that it could steer a person is kind of based on what your core values were going into it. I don't think that it could take a good person and make them into an evil person. I think it could make a good person better and it could make a bad person worse. Because it helps you to reprioritize. And if your priorities are on being bad, then it's going to make it worse. It's like working out, you know, you could build all this muscle, but it's up to you what to do with it. You know, am I going to use it to help rescue kittens out of trees? Or am I going to use it to, you know, do something evil? By the way, if you're a politician or a celebrity, no one forgets what you do ever. And see, that's one of the real prices of being popular. That's one of the prices of fame. People will remember all sorts of shit that you've long forgotten, and you're like, oh yeah, that did happen. Huh, I forgot about that. You're still thinking about it. You still remembered it. Interesting. It's like outsourcing your memories. My psychoanalysis therapy is going well, I think. For say the past year, I have achieved things, TBH, I never even dreamt of. Nice, glad to hear it. That is a W. I made a down payment for an apartment. There will be mortgage, yes, but still. And I'm successful at my highly demanding, high-stress job of a B2B sales. B2B. Butt to butt. Business to business? Is that what it stands for? I had no idea. I had to think about it. My mind initially just went to butt because I have the maturity of a 5-year-old when it comes to jokes. Times are not great, but I'm performing really well. No, that's worth something. That's worth something, right? It's like, yeah, the world's going to shit, but I'm doing pretty well. Like, I'm kind of in the same boat right now. I'm like, well, a lot of people are struggling right now. A lot of people are really concerned about the state of the world. Me, I'm okay. Like, I'm hanging in there. With all of this, I feel a real bipolarity. On one side, there are deeply ingrained convictions of me being a worthless person and a worthless man, and on the other are ever greater successes in my life. This does not get well, and I have a hard time accepting / integrating the new me. What if you looked at it this way? What if it wasn't the new you? What if this was the you that you were always supposed? Like, what if this is the true you? What if this is the you that was just buried under all of the doubt and the shame and the guilt and the grief? What if who you are becoming is just the gleaming gem within the heart of you? You know, you had to get rid of all the crust. I find it sometimes hard to accept that I am someone new, but I find that it's easier to accept that this is who I've always been meant to be. This is who I used to be. This is who I was before the world went and pissed me off. This is somebody that little me would think was pretty cool. I'm also starting to realize it is me who is monthly paying for therapy and attending it on time and regularly. For a long time it felt that this is just something that is done, everybody does it. The Jungian life felt as destiny. With all this, I also wonder about women. I'm recently realizing I look at women that are attractive to me with fear and hate. Oh yeah, it's like that anticipatory anxiety. It's just like you see somebody and you're like, they must think I suck. They must think I'm terrible. It's like we're projecting our own insecurities onto them instead of it's that internalized, these feelings of like self-doubt, of worthlessness, etc. We project them onto other people. Well, like, I feel this way about me. Surely they feel this way about me too. And what you realize is that's not fair. I don't need to think for anybody else. I've got enough thinking to do on my own. I don't need to assume what anybody else is thinking. If I want to know what they're thinking, I should ask them what they're thinking. And I'm also realizing if I give up these attitudes, there are these creatures on the other side that I yearn for and present to me an immeasurable threat at the same time. I feel when a girl of value comes close to me, I have no boundaries, no defenses of me. That is why all my relationships in the past were with inaccessible women. I think what's going on is when you see somebody that you because you mentioned somebody being of high value, you are perceiving somebody. You're perceiving somebody as having a value, and when you view people as having value that is variable, it's like you got to be on there somewhere. So like maybe they're up here, maybe you're down here, and that's why you feel bad, is because you're perceiving different values for different people. A radical shift of your perspective would just be to get rid of that system entirely and to try to view all people as valuable in their own way, rather than just by my own metric or measure of what gives them value or worth. Everyone has value. Everyone has purpose. That way I don't feel like I have to compare myself to anybody else. I don't have to feel so insecure when stacked up next to somebody else, because we've both got a point and we've both got a purpose. Maybe a person might not have value to you based on what your values are, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't be priceless to somebody else. So we don't want to project our own, thoughts and opinions onto other people in such a way, because what it ends up doing is it makes us feel worse about ourselves. It also makes us feel worse about other people. Also, if everyone has value, then that also includes you. So the more that you're able to accept that everyone has value, the more you're able to accept that I have value also. Given these past developments, what are your comments on this? What can I expect in the future? You're gonna have some moments of breakthrough. You're gonna have some moments of realization. There are going to be some moments where things kind of come together and they click into place, And it'll seem like, oh, how have I never thought of that before? It seems so obvious. How come I never tried that before? Or why did I not think of this before? You'll have some of those moments. Those moments are pretty common when we're working on ourselves and we're starting to feel better about ourselves, is that what once felt impossible and inconceivable now seems obvious and simple. That's the paradox of getting better. There are feelings of satisfaction and pride, but also of fear. Sometimes I feel my reality is changing on the level it did for Neo in the Matrix. Reality is becoming ever more foreign and scary. I've also placed my relation with my mom on new foundations lately. I feel I'm on a good path, but it's foreign and scary. That could also be exciting. Fear and excitement are produced in the same part of your brain. And with all my work on many levels, it does not seem it will stop or regress. It won't. It won't stop until you're done. And so if you're on the path that you're on, and the path that you're on is scary, what can we do to change that? The only thing that we can change is how we respond to it. The things that we fear are also the things that we can get excited for. You know, if we're worried that things are going to be difficult or hard, we could also appreciate a challenge. We could be excited at an opportunity to test our skills and to see how far we've come, to reach new benchmarks. You know what also is produced in the part of your brain that produces feelings of fear? Love is also produced in that part of your brain as well. So another way that might be helpful in finding your way forward is to focus more on the love that you know and go deeper into that love. Just focus on the love that you know. It could be a person, it could be a tree, it could be a cat, it could be, you know, whoever. Just go deeper and deeper into that love. In my experience, that's what helps to bring you back to reality. Love will help you find your way home. If you're feeling like I'm scared and lost and confused, love is the answer. Love is what will bring you back. Hiya. I would like to thank you for calming my mind. Oh, you're welcome. My pleasure. Right after the election of that monster getting back into power, I found you when Central Committee raided you, and it was the best thing that could have happened to me in that exact moment. Well, shucks, thank you. I'm always appreciative of the Mike raids. You know, Mike's a good friend of mine. I always appreciate the support and the raids. It's really helped to juice me in the algorithm. I'm a Twitch partner now, and a lot of that was due to his support. Now, whenever I feel like I don't believe in myself, I just remember that Mike believes in me, and Mike's always right. It's like, well, Mike believes in me, and Mike's not wrong, so... It was the best thing that could have happened to me in that exact moment. Your words were a gift to me. Oh, well, thank you. I am also taking your words as a gift as well, so I appreciate our exchange of gifts. My anxiety was through the roof because I have a lot of trans and gay friends that I adore and couldn't stop worrying about this new administration and what they were going to do to them, but they didn't seem to care about it in the slightest. And I was right, because they're trying to erase trans people now, like I told them they would, and their actions are possessing my mind and driving me mad. It's frustrating that they don't listen, and sometimes even turn on me when all I'm doing is trying to help. Thanks for your opportunity and helping me feel grounded. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad you found your way here. I just want to say, so you're talking about like your friends not being worried, but now it's like stuff is happening and maybe they're still not at the stage where they're like they should be more worried and more frustrated and more angry, but you got to remember that denial and distraction are some of the most commonly used coping mechanisms. If I don't like what's going on, I just don't listen to it. I just deny that it's happening. I just try not to think about it, or I find something else to do. And then when you remind people of what's going on, they get frustrated with you for reminding them. And so it's not really fair. You're just trying to help. So I guess the lesson to learn here is that sometimes the best way to offer help to a person, if you think that they need help, is to ask them, is there anything I can do to help? Need a hand? What can I do to help? It's going to be a spicy protest season. I can tell. I wonder how much news coverage there's going to be of it. They're probably not going to cover it as much as they should. There's already a lot of protests going on, and it's still winter, which is early for protests to be starting. But you don't really see much about it. One of the first times in history in the United States where there were protests in all 50 states simultaneously. Barely anybody said a thing about it. I don't want to be mean, but I don't think phone calls are enough. Well, no, I agree. Also, we're beyond the phone call stage. Like, what we need is we need action. We need mobilization. We need collective effort. When I hear things like Hakeem Jeffries being angry at voters for calling, though, that's... The revolution will be televised. It might not be on TV, but it'll probably be on social media. There's probably going to be people live streaming it. It might not be on mainstream television, but we've all got cameras now. It'll at least be recorded. All right, this question just says bad at fun. I don't know if it got cut off or if this was the whole question, but I'm gonna answer it anyway. Bad at fun? I would say that your capability to have fun is a skill, and that you can be bad at it. I've met people who are bad at having fun. They're too rigid, they're too uptight, they don't know how to cut loose and just enjoy a good time. They're too hyper fixated on, what could go wrong or the flaws of a situation. They're just party poopers. Party poopers. Nobody likes a party pooper. There are just some subtle things to be mindful of if you want to be more fun, especially at a social gathering. If there are a group of people together having a conversation about something, and then there's a lull in the conversation and now it's your turn to chime in and add something to the conversation, maybe don't bring up something tragic or terrible or, something awful that's happening in the news. Maybe keep it semi-related to the topic that they were discussing already. Now, if what you're going to talk about is tied to what they were just talking about, then that's fine because you're continuing the same line of discussion regarding a certain topic. But if you're just going to kind of abruptly out of nowhere be like, hey, did you hear about that building that collapsed? Or some shit like that, it's like, oh, oof. Oh, no, I hadn't heard about it. What happened? I'm bad at having fun in typical fun situations like parties, but I can always make work more fun. Well, that's because you're overthinking it. And you overthink because you've got a powerful brain. So take that information as you will. Just think about how much fun you could have if you put all that brain power into the right direction. Your capacity for fun at parties is actually quite high. You got a lot of potential there. You're an objectively fun person. You just need to work on your situational funness. Parties are boring though. Feel like people don't talk about interesting things. Then ask interesting questions. If you want people to talk about interesting things, ask them interesting questions. I operate under the mindset that the party doesn't start until I walk in. Until I got there, it was just a gathering. But now it's a party. I asked my coworker if he would trust me to be his dentist. Is that an interesting question? Kind of, but maybe not in the interesting that we're looking. I don't know. It depends on the context. I mean, you'd probably be fine. You'd probably be just great. My favorite types of interesting questions are fun hypotheticals where a person can use their imagination. Let's say that you had access to unlimited money and you could just buy an island somewhere and be a mad scientist and you could just do whatever you want to experiment. What would you do? What would you do with all that money? Just like that kind of stuff. Fun hypotheticals. Get people using their imagination. Last year, my closest friend got into a new relationship, and I feel like seeing us drift away has really jaded me. This always hurts. This always hurts, you know, when you have a close friend and they get into a new relationship and then they steal them from you. They steal them from you. Now they're thinking about them all the time, and they're always going on dates and holding hands and smooching. and little old me left out in the cold. I feel like I have people I call friends, but nobody that I really see or talk to consistently besides coworkers. If you want that to change, you have to be the one to put in the effort. I know that being the one that gets phone calls, being the one that gets invited out to do stuff, that's good. That makes us feel good. It makes us feel thought of. It makes us feel appreciated. If you want that to happen more, you have to do that more. Because if you invite people to things, they're going to think of you the next time that they're inviting people to stuff. You know, if you reach out to people more and engage with them more, then they're more likely to reach out and engage back with you. So, like, reaching out is hard. Maintaining a relationship is hard. And that's why we can't just sit around and wait for somebody to call us. We can't just sit around and wait for somebody to text us. We have to be the one to do it. We got to be the one to reach out, even if people don't respond. It's not because they might not want to talk to us. Maybe they just, maybe they're just isolating. Maybe they're alone. Maybe they, just don't take it personally, is what I'm trying to say. If you reach out to people and you don't really get word back. I've been single for almost 2 years after being in a 5-year relationship, and I feel like while other people I know were out forming new post-college friend groups and stuff like that, I was trapped in a toxic relationship and developed bad coping habits to deal with it. I tried connecting more with people last summer, but I really hit a wall this winter. Oh, the winter will do that. Winter will do that. Like, my social interactions with people plummet during the winter. I feel like I'm falling into bad thinking patterns, like comparing myself to others. Yeah, that's one. Check. Causing frustration that I'm not able to connect with people. I also feel like I used to be less self-critical, but now I have nothing but time to think about how I'm probably the problem. This is the result of decisions I've made, and I'm never going to be important to anyone. Well, that's not nice, now is it? I think this is a good indicator of what it is that we really need to hammer down on, is these self-defeating thoughts that we get stuck in. Like, where's that going to take us? What is this going to accomplish for us? What would things be like if I were to continue to think this way? Probably not anything good. So how do we start challenging these thoughts? I think practicing some self-compassion, some self-love, feeling like an important person to yourself is a good way to start. Before we worry too much about our connections with other people, we need to look at our own inner connection. Because that's the basis from which all of our connections form. I'm becoming more self-reliant, but the more I go down this path, the less interest I have in other people. Hold on, I'll circle back to it. I was going to say them, I'll circle back to it. I have to plan my life based on not being able to depend on people. So how can I ever shift out of that mindset if there was someone depending on me? Cure me, Mr. Brain. All right. Let's point out the error in your thinking here. You're going down this path where you're finding yourself having less interest in connecting with other people. But that lack of connection is causing you frustration. And so while you're going down this path of having less connection, it's making you feel worse and worse the more you're feeling disconnected and isolated. So maybe less interest in other people isn't the solution. Maybe the solution is actually connecting with people. We all need somebody to lean on. We all need people that we can turn to when we're feeling down or when we need help. We don't make it on our own. We wouldn't survive as a species if we didn't have each other for support. There's nothing wrong in needing that support or accessing that support when you need it. So we need to stop beating ourselves up, all right? Because it's not getting us where we want to go. It's not helping us, We need to reach out. We need to, if it's a friend that you haven't talked to in a while, just reach out and say, hey, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. I'd love to catch up with you. Hope to hear from you soon. You may or may not get a response. But keep trying. You will get a response. I got bullied by kids in the 6th grade. If you're getting bullied by kids in the 6th grade, what you need to do is you need to do this, and then you need to start Fortnite dancing at them and tell them that they're cringe. That's how you get them. Tell them that they have no riz. You gotta beat them at their own game. All right, we got a few more questions. A few more questions that we're going through. And then we're gonna get into our big, meaty presentation. We got a big, meaty presentation up on deck. It's my most fleshed out, comprehensive presentation to date. It is the right-wing grifter pipeline, and we go in. There's a lot to it, so this is a good one. You won't want to miss it. But we've got just a couple more questions to get through, so we're gonna do that real quick. I thought I missed it. Oh no, we're gonna be here for a minute. I'm probably gonna have to get up and take a pee beforehand because I don't want to do it in the middle of presentation. I'm trying to understand how I suppress my anger because I have been since childhood. Now that I'm being aware of it, I find myself getting upset about silly things and I'm trying not to push it down. I want to offer you something right now. If you find yourself getting mad at a silly thing, that's kind of funny. It's okay to laugh at yourself getting mad at something silly. Just imagine that you saw a stranger doing it. Imagine you saw somebody walking around on the street and they step in dog shit or something, and then they just start throwing a fit. They just start yelling and cussing and they're hooting and hollering over something that wasn't really that big of a deal. That'd be kind of funny to you, right, as the observer? That outside perspective, you'd be like, wow, they're really mad, aren't they? That's actually kind of funny. It's kind of funny when people get overly mad about stuff that's kind of silly. And so it's okay to laugh at yourself. I found that this is a really helpful way to not get frustrated by silly stuff. Just laugh at it. Even if you have to force it out, you're breaking that cycle, you're breaking that pattern. It's you trying something different in the response to anger. I don't like being aware of my anger or even noticing that I feel upset about silly things now. Well, no, you see, your anger is an important part of you. We want to understand it. We did a presentation on anger the other day. If you weren't here for it, we had a great slideshow. We went all through, we talked all about anger. You might find that one to be helpful if you haven't seen that one. There's actually a copy of the slides in the Discord, too. The anger presentation was pretty good. I don't want to be a person who gets upset about silly things and have people notice me being upset. If you don't want that to happen, you have to notice and be aware of when you get upset. You have to notice when you're starting to feel triggered or you're starting to escalate, because that's how you get a sense of control over those feelings. You can't solve a problem if you aren't aware of that problem. Yesterday was anger. No, yesterday was self-love. And then before that, we did self-soothing techniques. And then I think anger may have been before that. It was a few days ago. We've been doing a lot of presentations this week. How do I know when I need to regulate myself and let things go that are making me upset, or if I need to allow myself to feel it entirely? Anger is kind of like a fire. Like, you want to keep it, you want to let it burn, because that energy is going to be there, that heat is going to be there, but you want to keep an eye on it. You want to monitor it. You want to make sure it doesn't get out of control. It doesn't turn into a raging bonfire. Anger can be useful. There are positive uses for anger. There are things going on in the world that should frustrate and upset you, and you are right to feel frustrated and upset by those things. So anger isn't inherently bad. It's just about how it's presented. It's about how we act because of it. And it's about how it influences our life and our relationships. And if you want to change your relationship with it, you have to allow yourself to feel it. You have to know it like you know yourself. Anger is one letter away from being banger. It's also one letter away from being danger. All it takes is a big D. All it takes is a big D to turn anger into danger. Huh. Hey, Papa. So about 5 months ago, I met this guy on Grindr. He was hot, charming, older, and had money. I started following for him. And he truly is my dream man. And we started dating. During the course of the 5 months, I had a feeling he was hiding something from me because he never wanted to take the next step of having me meet his family or friends, and he finally admitted to me that he is married with kids. Oh no, not the DL trade. The DL trade strikes again. They can't keep getting away with this.
Stinky!
I do know a lot of gay terms. I pride myself on my vocabulary. They never leave the wife. It's true, they never leave the wife. And you wouldn't want them to, because here's the thing, you wouldn't want to be with somebody who just abandons their commitment, their family, their children for you. Like, you don't want to be a homewrecker. If he would cheat on his family to be with you, then he would cheat on you. And so, this is just a mess that you do not need anything to do with. He told me that he plans on leaving his wife for me, but that he just needs a little bit more time. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I feel guilty, but at the same time, I love him and want to be with him. Would it be a mistake to wait it out? Probably, because he got with you under false pretenses. He used dishonesty and deceit as a way of getting you closer, and you should be concerned about that. The fact that he wasn't able to loudly and proudly show you who he was from the get-go and that he had this horrible secret, that should be a huge red flag. You don't want to be in a committed relationship with somebody who uses deceit and dishonesty and is willing to, just engage with people this way. It's not going to get you anywhere good. I feel like he showed you what you wanted to see, which is why he was charming and was flashing the cash and all that stuff. And then it might not be until you're together for a long time you actually get a look at his finances. It's like, oh, maybe he doesn't have the money he thinks he does. Maybe he doesn't have the money he wanted me to think he did. Maybe he's got a bunch of debt. Maybe he's got a gambling problem. There could be all sorts of stuff going on under the surface that you don't know about, but he's already showed that he's willing to lie to you in order to get closer to you, and that is a concern. Anytime anybody lies in order to get closer to you, that should alarm you. And then, he's going to have to pay all that alimony and child support if he leaves his wife to be with you, so there goes all the money. Don't trust a cheater, especially somebody who cheats to be with you, because if they cheat to be with you, then they're going to cheat on you too, because it just shows what they think about relationships. They don't treat them as something sacred. You deserve somebody who is hot and charming and, all those things you're looking for. But not somebody who comes with this many strings attached. This is too much. Yeah, and you've only been together for a few months. It's like, what kind of state of mind is somebody in if they are willing to just completely uproot their life? They're like, yeah, I'm going to leave my wife. I'm going to, just destroy my family to be with this person that I just met. I've only known him for a few months. You don't want to really put much trust and faith in somebody who doesn't, there's not a lot of it's just he's gonna keep DL trading until he finds a twink that doesn't mind. Exactly. He's just gonna keep doing it until he finds somebody who is just like, oh, you're married? Oh, that's fine. There are probably people out there who just they don't care, or maybe they even, if they think that it's cool that they can do that, it makes me feel like, oh, I'm so appealing. Somebody's willing to cheat on their spouse to be with me. And it's like, you don't want anything to do with any of that. This just doesn't sound like a stable situation. Divorce and breaking up a family is a big fucking deal. So I don't know. I don't think that his intentions are good. Take good care of yourself, all right? Don't, yeah, I would say just don't go into that kind of, that just sounds too messy. This one is real spicy. No need to address it if you don't feel like it. What is the psychology behind zoophilia? I'm going to be completely honest. This is something that I don't normally spend any time thinking about. So let me think about it for a minute and let's do some speculating. Okay. Why would people be attracted to animals? It depends on what animals represent. Animals represent unconditional love. They're not judgmental. And maybe this person has a very fucked up relationship with love and attraction. Maybe they got a lot of abuse or trauma in their history. I don't know. I don't feel like people who are very like mentally stable end up engaging in this type of behavior. So I would say that trauma and abuse are probably on the table. Yeah, this is different from being a furry. This is actually being attracted to animals, which even furries think is disgusting. I think that a person that does this has just such a messed up idea of what connection and attachment is that they just feel like I'm not able to do that with a person. Like people don't understand me. So maybe they feel more understood by animals, or maybe they feel like they're able to connect more with animals. And so that's why they end up developing an attraction to them. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's the thing, like this would classify as like a paraphilia. Like any of those types of like attractions or sexual interests that are just like culturally taboo or illegal or just like downright disgusting. It's like a lot of times there's a lot of trauma involved or a lot of abuse, you know. It's disgusting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's ugh. 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 Would zoophile be different than people into bestiality? It's basically the same thing. I mean, if you want to like split hairs, then you could say that a zoophile falls in love with animals and a person who's into bestiality just likes having sex with them. Maybe there's no love there. Maybe there's no attraction. I would say that that would be the difference, but there's definitely, you know, you're splitting hairs at that point. What sex? I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest, I've never known, and I feel like it's been so long that at this point it's like I'm afraid to ask because I feel like I'm supposed to know. Anyway. There's also a level of abuse to it. True, like there are people who are put into those positions where they are pressured or forced to do it as a way to like dehumanize them. You know, so it is something that is done as a way of abusing other people. All right, we got a few more questions. I need to clear my head of that one. Just. I've had a good friend group since college. This is somewhat messy, so I will use abbreviations. Two of my best friends, M, are both in relationships. My first friend L is married, and my friend P has been in a relationship for 2 years now. Elle and their spouse always talk shit about P's girlfriend, like to the point where they came to visit me like 2 states away and were gossiping to all my friends who they just met about it. Oh, so they're just shit starters, they're just shit stirrers. It's what they, this is sometimes what people do when they're hanging out in a social situation and they don't really have anything better to talk about. They're like, hey, you want to talk shit? Let me tell you some stories about somebody that I don't like. It's just like, okay. That's just a sign of being a poor conversationalist. Like, should I tell you about somebody I don't like? Like, what else do we talk about? It makes me feel uncomfortable because I really like all parties. Is this Marty? Is Marty here? Marty the party? There's a chatter, Marty the party. And so I'm like, is this Marty? Marty loves parties. It's gotten to the point that when I come to town to visit both parties separately, so there's been a rift in the friend group because of this, and you feel like, yeah, okay, you hate to see it. I adore P and their significant other. They are great people and good friends. Now, why would they be talking shit then? If this is a good person, maybe the friends that are talking shit are the problem. If you don't have a problem with the person that they're talking shit about, then they're probably the problem. Maybe we can reassess which of these friendships do I want to invest more in, because it sounds like we're kind of growing in different directions and we're kind of reaching a turning point here. I refuse to let someone else's opinion form my opinion on someone else. Oh yeah, exactly. It's like, you like this person, you know this person, you don't have a problem with them. I have conveyed this to Elle and their wife. How do you deal with situations like this? Well, it's stressful, that's for sure, because there might not be a clean and easy solution to this. There might not be a resolution where we're all smiling, happy, holding hands, and, singing Kumbaya together again. This might cause a rift in this social group. And so I would just, if you've conveyed it to Elle and their wife before, then I would just really reiterate it. I'm just like, I don't see what your problem is with them. And honestly, I feel like just constantly harping on it and bringing it up and fixating on it, it's just not really the type of energy that I want to surround myself with. So, So I guess what I would do to deal with this situation is just spend time with the people that you enjoy spending time with. Because it sounds like the friends that are just, gossipers and shit talkers, it's like, the most you can do is just kind of let them know, like, hey, like, I just want to let you know, you're bringing it down. Does P know about the shit talking? That's a good question. Like, I don't know. If I were you, I would probably just invest more of my time and energy hanging out with P and their significant other, because they seem to be a much better, influence. They seem to be people that you actually enjoy spending time with. They don't bring the mood down. And so I don't know. I don't know. It's like sometimes if your words aren't enough, like if you let this friend know, like if you're telling your friend Elle, like, hey, like, I'm over it, like the negativity and the shit talking, and they just still continue to do it, then words weren't enough. And so we have to back up our words with actions. And if they're going to continue to act that way, then we're going to have to distance ourselves from them. We're going to see them less often. We're going to talk to them less often. We're going to want to spend less time with them because of the way that they behave and the way that they treat other people. And that's a natural consequence to treating people the way that they do. I feel like, I wouldn't bring it up to your other friends. I wouldn't even bother to talk about it because it would just, just unless you're looking for more drama and you're looking for the fight to continue. Could it be in someone's genes that they are gossipers and shit talkers? There is an argument for that it could be in your genes if you're a shit starter or you're a gossiper. Is there a survival component to it? Is there something about that behavior that increases your chances of survival? Yes. Because sometimes the shit talk is valid, sometimes the gossip is true. And sometimes you should avoid the people that they're warning you to avoid for your own safety. And so, yeah, it's definitely biologically reinforced. I mean, I guess another option would be to sit down with your friend and just say, hey, listen, I don't understand what your problem with them is. Like, I've spent time with them and I think they're great. They're a good friend. They're a good person. Like, what's the deal? Like, what are their criticisms of them? Are they just like, is it how they dress? Is it how they look? Is it their career? Is it their education? I'm like, what is it that they're criticizing about this person? If they're just criticizing like external aesthetic stuff, then your friends just suck because they're shallow. But if they're actually like, they're like, oh yeah, I can't trust this person. They're shady. They're two-faced. They're a liar. Then it's like, okay, why do you feel that way? Like, where did that belief come from? Is this just some gut feeling, or do you actually have evidence? So I guess if you want to talk to him about it, you can talk to him about it. But I would just say, hey, I don't get it. Like, why? Just see if they actually have a valid reason or if they have valid evidence for why they talk the way that they talk. Or are they just starting shit? What if you have evidence that they aren't actually a good person? Then they should present that to you. They think P's girlfriend is unstable and is not a good influence on him. Oh, so what kind of influence are they on him? Like, if I'm just gonna go behind your back and just shit talk you to strangers, it's like, what the fuck am I doing to help you? And I'm gonna judge somebody else for being a bad influence on you? Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, do they even know the person that well? Or are they just projecting? Are they just making assumptions? Are they just being judgmental? Because people do that shit. They do that shit every goddamn day. You see it all the time. People jumping to conclusions about people that they don't know based on their experiences or just based on their misconceptions. The thing about it is, like, if you're with somebody and you like that person and you seem happy, then I'm happy for you. I'm like, if this ends up not being a good fit for you and this person, then that's fine too, but I'm going to respect your autonomy. And I'm not going to just sit here and just critique you, but in a cowardly way. I'm not even telling you about it. I'm just talking about it behind your back. So I don't know. What I would worry about is, what do your friends talk about you when you're not there? See, that's what I would that's what I would be concerned about. Like, hey, if they're always talking about them whenever I'm here, like, what the fuck are they saying about me when I'm not here? See, that's why I don't really like to be friends with people who just all they do is shit talk people, because it's like, what the fuck are they saying about me? If you're friends with somebody and all they do is shit talk people all the time, it's like, well, what do they say about you when you're not there? Do you have anything better to do than shit talk? I enjoy a good shit talk session on occasion, but I feel like you definitely have a lot better things you could do with your time. I'm just a little bit caught in the middle. And I think, you gotta pick a side. If that's the position that they're gonna put you in, you gotta pick a side, I'm not saying you don't have to be friends, or you don't have to spend time with your other friend anymore. It's not like you have to cut him out completely, but you definitely just want to let him know, like, hey, there's some distance here now. Like, I feel like I can't be as close to you as I used to be, because I just don't really like the way that you're acting and talking about people. It's just a turn off for me. Like, I understand a periodic shit talk. Like, I get it. It can be cathartic to shit talk. And sometimes when you're shit talking, you don't even fully mean everything you say. Like, sometimes you're just embellishing it for the sake of a dramatic flair and for making interesting conversation. Sometimes you ham it up so that you can, get more attention at the social gathering, or people can feel more compelled by your story. But if they do it all the time and they do it consistently, that's definitely a red flag. Hey, Dad. I have a problem. Well, son, I'm happy to help. The thing is that I can't fall in love. At first, I start dating someone because I have feelings for them, but after a month or so, I feel uncomfortable with that person. It's happened to me with my current partner, and I don't know what to do. There are days when I love him a lot, but other times I have to force myself to kiss him because I feel bad I don't have feelings for him. Love is not a binary state. It's not either on or off. It's like, sometimes you're really feeling it. Sometimes you're feeling that affection. You're like, all right, come over here. Let me give you a kiss. But then sometimes it's like, maybe you're just not in the mood. So do we think that it's like, how deep do we think this is? How deep do we think this is? Are we just, am I just some sort of automaton who has to learn how to love in this world where, I feel like it's something I can't do? Or perhaps you're just having some kind of natural fluctuations with how amorous we're feeling, like how affectionate I'm feeling from day to day. What are your love languages? Are you familiar with the love languages? Do you know the ways that you express and receive love? A good thing about learning more about the way that you love is to read up on what the love languages are and figure out what your primary love languages would be. Is it quality time? Is it words of affection? Is it physical touch? Is it acts of service? Is it giving gifts? You know, there's different love languages. There's different ways to express and receive love. And we've all got like a few that we kind of gravitate towards. We kind of have our primary modes of expressing love. This could also tie into how comfortable do I feel being vulnerable. That could also have something to do with it. Because being in love with somebody means opening up your heart to them and letting them in. And that takes vulnerability, that takes courage. And sometimes, you know, maybe we're a little reluctant to do that. Maybe we open it a little bit, but then we slam it closed again and was like, okay, open, close, open, close. And so maybe that's why we're having a hard time going deeper into the love that we know. I don't understand why I'm not able to fall in love, and I don't know what I should do with my current relationship. I don't think that it's you being unable to fall in love. I think that falling in love is just posing challenges for you, which isn't unusual. Falling in love is complicated. And so I wouldn't look at it as something that you cannot do. I would say it's something that I'm having a hard time doing right now, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible. It's important to make that distinction. I also think it had a bit to do with the fact that when we started dating, I didn't feel ready for a relationship, but back then I really liked him. Sometimes I get those feelings of love back, but it's on a one-off basis. Yesterday I forced myself to have sex with him and it felt so bad. Well, yeah, like forcing yourself to have sex with somebody when you don't genuinely feel like having sex with them always feels bad. Never feels good. Feels like a chore, feels like work. Do you love yourself? That's where I would start. How do we feel about self-love? How do I feel about myself? Do I love this person that I am? And then also looking into what your love languages might be. I'd say that both of those would be a good place to start. Is it even love when someone falls so fast? Isn't it just attraction in our minds that slowly fades? I would agree. I would say that like true, genuine love is something that takes time to grow. Something that you go deeper and deeper into. You know, we briefly mentioned the love languages. If you're curious about what your love language is, there's several different quizzes. There's several different quizzes you can take. I would say, you know, give it a try. There are a few different types of love languages. 5 major ones: words of affirmation, saying nice things to somebody, words that make you feel good; quality time, physical touch, acts of service, and receiving gifts. This is one of the things I encourage people to do, especially if they're in a relationship and they're, you know, trying to feel more love in that relationship, is to become more familiar with the ways that you communicate love and recognize the ways that your partner communicates love. If you can become more fluent in their love languages, then you can feel more love. because there are things that your partner might be doing that you might not recognize as love, but it is their way of trying to communicate love. Hey Joshua, not a problem, but an update on a question I asked a few months ago. We've got a lot of updates today. People are really moving and grooving. I love an update. So thank you for this is like 3 updates today. I love it. I love it. All right, let's check it out. My issue was I ghosted one of the streamers that I watched for years because it became a burden to watch their streams every day. I felt obligated to watch every minute of every stream to show my loyalty, since I was one of their first viewers and donators. I could imagine that this happens quite a bit, especially in smaller online communities. Because those smaller communities where it's like they're much more ingrained, they might be a lot more parasocial, there might be a lot more of like, it's almost just like a friend group, you know? And you feel like, I gotta be there, I gotta chat, otherwise who's gonna be there, who's gonna be chatting, you know? You gotta show up, you gotta show your support. But they streamed every day and I started hating being in there. Well, anyways, I took your advice and I talked to the streamer and they were actually happy to see me. They didn't yell or demonize me for missing streams like I thought they would. Right? It's like, I get it. Like, there are times where I'm like, I wonder where so-and-so has been. Or maybe I'll see, what always gets me is like, this is a bit of funny perspective from me as the streamer. It's like, sometimes I'll see people who might be, you know, they'll pop into my chat pretty regularly, and then I see them in somebody else's stream, and I'm like, okay. They didn't want to watch me today, they wanted to watch them today. That's fine. You know, you can't hold that against a person. Everybody who is here of their own volition. You know, they're here by choice. You don't want anybody to feel pressured to be here or feel like they have to be here. I now watch that streamer when I want to, and that's the way to do it. Watch a stream when you want to watch the stream. If watching a stream feels like work, or if it feels like an obligation, then it's probably not something that you want to, you know, continue to do. It's something that you want to be mindful of. Because it shouldn't feel like work. It shouldn't feel like an obligation. This is meant to be entertainment. And me and the streamer enjoy our time and talk offline like I never left. That's the thing you'll notice, is that when you re-engage with a friend, sometimes you're able to just pick up right where you left off and it's like you never stopped talking. This is why I always try to encourage people to rekindle old friendships. You know, if you have just kind of drifted away, just reach out. Just reach out and say, hey, it's been a while. Hope you're doing okay. Look forward to catching up. Can't wait to hear from you. And I want to thank you for convincing me to confront this issue. Thank you. You are welcome. But you got to remember, you did the thing. You did the thing. All I did was kind of... What did I do? I don't know. Give you a little nudge. You did the hard work. I just spent 5 minutes on the first love language link. Once you get to the end, you get paid walled. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. Did you do... I want to... Was it this first one? Which one was it? Tell me which one it was. I want to make sure that people don't do that one. Let's see. You probably Googled it because not everybody uses DuckDuckGo because I'm a weirdo. Let's go to Google. Oh, this one, 5 love languages. Oh yeah. This one is paywalled. This one is paywalled, so don't do this one. If you want to take your love languages quiz, I would do the one that I found. This one was on Very Well Mind. And it's just like built into their little page here, so you just do it for the page. You don't have to click through a bunch of shit. "12 questions. This one's pretty quick. Here, you know what? If you want to try this one, I'll link it to you. I'll go ahead and post it for you. DuckDuckGo is better, though. I find that it gives me better results for some of the stuff that I... Google kind of sucks now. I think AI ruined it. The AI really fucked up Google search results. What is your idea of a perfect date? Right now, what it feels like is going out dancing. That's kind of like, I'm fine with all of these. I like all of these as date ideas. But right now, the one that seems exciting to me is to go out dancing. Your favorite part of the holiday season? Getting cozy? Extra time off? Your partner going that extra mile to make sure my holidays are amazing? Getting thoughtful gifts that show how well my partner knows me? Hearing the love and appreciation my partner has for me? I gotta go with getting cozy. Getting cozy. What kind of surprise would show that your partner really gets you? Taking the afternoon off work. Which of these are you most likely to tell your partner that you need more of? Well, I'm a Leo, so I always need more attention. I can't help it. It's a Leo thing. Which of these is most likely to be on your dating profile? None of these. I would not put any of these on my dating profile. These are all terrible. Love a little bit of PDA. If you're working on a home improvement project, what's the best way for your partner to help out? Just happy that they're there. 7 out of 12. We're almost there. Time for a romantic getaway. What's your ideal trip? If my partner does the planning, I'm happy to go anywhere. This is kind of the way it goes. Like Casey will plan the trips and then I'm there to carry the bags. What is this quiz? It's the love languages quiz. We were talking about love languages. And we found a little quiz, so we're just taking it real quick. What's your favorite thing about being in a relationship? This one. These songs, I don't know, maybe this song sucks. Maybe this quiz sucks. I don't know. I don't know if I like any of these answers. None of these songs describe me. I'm just gonna go with Janet Jackson because I support Janet Jackson. Amongst all of those other artists, I'm gonna give Janet my support. You've had a tough day at work. What can your partner do to cheer you up? This one, I guess. I didn't see the answer I was actually looking for. Which of these scenarios would make for the best Valentine's Day ever with your partner? This one's timely. Valentine's Day was yesterday. Honestly, I just enjoyed spending time and hanging out together. I don't need all of this fancy stuff. A night in, I guess. Of these things your partner might do for you, which would you appreciate the most? A nice massage. I have to sign up for the skip. You don't have to sign up. Physical touch. See, the thing about me is that I am fluent in all of the love languages, but my primary ones are definitely physical touch and quality time. The thing about it is once you identify what the love languages are and you know what your primary ones are, then you can start to understand the other ones better and you can become more fluent in those, and that just means more love for you altogether, and that's a good thing. I don't know why anyone would not want more love, but you know, everybody's got their own tastes. Can we go to the Nazi stuff already? The right-wing grifter pipeline presentation? It's right here waiting for us, and it's so beefy, and it's got so much great information, and we're gonna get to it here in just a second. I got 2 questions to get through. We're gonna get there, don't worry. We're gonna do it. It's gonna happen. Alright, I'll speed run. I'll hurry up. What do I do if my boyfriend doesn't make me feel loved? I make all the plans and I always make the first move in everything because he's not capable of it. He's not capable of it? By what metric? Is it like just like literally incapable? Like, or is he just unwilling to learn? He's a bit shy and these things are hard for him, but sometimes I'd like him to be a little bit more of a boyfriend by being part of the relationship. That makes sense. You want your boyfriend to be a part of the relationship because he is a part of the relationship. You'd like to feel like he shows up and that he gives a shit. I know that he's doing his best, but I don't feel loved, and sometimes this is frustrating. That would be frustrating, you know, to be in a relationship and not feel loved. It hurts. Especially because it's a place where you are supposed to feel love. And when you look to that place that you're supposed to feel love and there is no love to be found, that's frustrating. So I guess what I would encourage you to do is have a conversation with your boyfriend about this and just let him know how important it is that you feel loved. Because if it matters to him, he will do what he needs to do to make it better and to try harder. We don't want to just have excuses. Oh, I'm shy, it's hard for me. That does not give you permission to never try. And if he wants to make this relationship work, then he needs to put more effort in. He needs to try. Is he doing his best? He might be. He might be. I don't know. If he's doing his best, but like, is he improving? Is he changing? It's easier to say that you're doing your best than it is to actually do your best. I don't know. It's just like, we don't want to allow people to just make excuses or like, oh yeah, I can't change that. I can't do that. That's just okay. It's like, well, what's stopping you? Not capable. Joshua made a man clean. It's true. I have done that. That is a power that I have. I have encouraged men to clean. It's not as impossible as you think it is. I am currently laying in bed with dogs. They accept you as one of their own. You're a part of the pack. I love taking a good nap with the dogs. I would say that you are valid to feel frustrated in this situation because this is a frustrating situation. And so if you want things to change, then you need to communicate that and your boyfriend needs to take it seriously. Because, you know, I'm not sure what exactly it is that you're looking for, but what you tell me, it doesn't seem like you're asking for anything unreasonable. I wish my cat would show me love language with cleaning and cooking for me. That's not their love language. Their love language is looking cute and sitting on your lap and purring. And also bringing you birds. If you let them outside, they'll bring you a bird. Like, here you go. I guess, you know, I should show more empathy and consideration to your boyfriend. I have a hard time doing that because I don't like when people make excuses. You know, if you're shy, that can change. You can do something about it. You can work on it. You know? I don't want you to get stuck in this trap of like weaponized incompetence. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. I'm unable to do that. If you're not asking for anything unreasonable and they are physically capable of doing the thing or learning how to do the thing, but they're just making an excuse because they don't want to do it, it's like, okay. I would talk to him about it and just hopefully that motivates him to try a little bit harder. But if not, then maybe we need to rethink things. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to Black Lime. Hi, Papa. My boyfriend of a little over a year and I have been fighting a lot lately. Uh-oh. He gets very easily agitated and then will literally fight me over the words in the argument. Ah, okay. So he's missing the bigger picture. You know, whenever we find ourselves fighting and then we find ourselves fighting over the words that we're using in that argument, that's us, like, we're dialing inwards. We are zooming in and we're trying to find conflict by narrowing our focus. What we need to do is actually take a step back and try to look at the bigger picture of things. For example, if I say you are being condescending, he will tell me I need to look up the definition and go on a tirade about vocabulary, etc. Oh. I've got the ick. I got the ick. That gave me the ick big time. That gave me the ick big time because it kind of sounds like he thinks he thinks he's smarter than you, which is why he's condescending. And then he'll accuse you of using the word wrong, and then he'll go on a spiel about vocabulary. It's like, this is somebody who is simultaneously insecure about their own intelligence, but also feels that they're smarter than you and that they know better. So I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. He's not arguing with you to actually accomplish anything. He is arguing so that he can win. This is debate lord tactics. He's not actually trying to resolve conflict or to understand you better or to make your relationship better. He just wants to win. That's a red flag. He just wants to win. And it's not about who wins and who loses. It's about us understanding each other more, coming closer, making our relationship stronger. I try to de-escalate things, but he will pout, refuse to even turn on the TV, and just sit sulking for a whole day in silence. So he won't even let you de-escalate. Yeah, that's... It's emotionally immature, is what it is. It's immature, it's manipulative. I don't ever ask him for an apology, but you're owed one. You're owed an apology. I just kind of figure when people are fighting, shit gets said, and when you both calm down, it's understood that you both feel bad. I tell him that I don't think he should be so upset, and he claims that he feels everything deeper than everyone else. Wow, I really did hit the nail on the head from the get-go with my impression. There it is. There it is. Am I being unreasonable? No, actually he's being unreasonable. See, this is actually... See, now the picture has come together. The narcissistic traits. This is some narcissistic shit, is what this is. And I'll tell you why. His feelings are more important to him than anyone else's feelings. That is how things actually are. It's not that he feels everything deeper than everyone else. It's just that he only cares about how he feels. How other people feel doesn't really matter as much. But he's somehow twisted that into giving him a sense of superiority over other people by saying, no. I understand on a deeper level than other people. Other people aren't on my level. That's kind of narcissistic. Whenever people say stuff like, I feel everything deeper than everyone else, you just be mindful of the context in which they say that type of stuff. Like, are they actually just very empathetic? Do they actually feel things on a deeper level than everyone else? Or are they just bad at emotionally regulating themselves? Do they prioritize their own emotions over other people? And are they egocentric? I would say that it's probably the latter. I don't think that this person's some sort of, like, empath I'm not. They're not really ringing the bell as empath. Their emotional regulation skills aren't that good. Their conflict resolution skills aren't that good. They rely on manipulation and, just debate lord tactics in order to win arguments. I don't know. I would take some time to think about this. Because there's some stuff here that's going on that's kind of concerning. It's a little bit immature, and it's definitely frustrating, and it doesn't really sound especially healthy. So I would take some time to think about it. Like, you are an adult and you are in a relationship with an adult. It's like, why the fuck is he pouting? Like, why are... It's concerning. If we take the writer's view, they baked the answer into their question. And, see, this is... You bring up an important point here, Dan, is that this is the importance of talking about stuff, is because in talking about stuff and putting it out there and communicating, you'll actually help yourself to figure out what the answer is. A lot of times when people talk about stuff, they're not looking to be told what to do, and they're not looking to be told what to think. They're just trying to find clarity. They're trying to sort things out. So I would just say that this person needs an adult role model to show them how to behave and how to resolve conflicts and how to communicate, and I don't think that that should be up to you to teach them, especially if they're just going to talk down to you. Or hearing it out loud. Yeah, because there's an important distinction between our thoughts and our feelings as we think and feel them, and how we perceive them after we've written them down. Because there are different parts of our brain at play here. The parts of our brain that think things it's a different part of your brain than the part of your brain that conceptualizes that idea and translates it into words. And so in doing that, you're helping yourself to understand it better by applying more brain power to it. This is why talking about it helps. I took your advice and started taking on some cleaning tasks around the house. However, ever since then, my girlfriend keeps referring to me as her maid. Any advice? Get a sexy outfit. Get a get a little feather duster, Get some thigh highs. I don't fucking know. Dress the part. Own it. I don't know. I wouldn't take it seriously. It sounds like she's just being lighthearted and is trying to make jokes. I wouldn't take it seriously. I would just try to have fun with it. Talk to her like a butler would talk to somebody, be like, yes, most certainly. Oh, absolutely. Is there anything else, sire? I need to get you some thigh highs. I could pull them off. She was flirting? Oh. This is the type of stuff I say when I'm trying to flirt? Oh. So, this is the type of clarity that we need. She's trying to flirt with you. She's into it. Ah. Honestly, I would take it as an opportunity to, you know, I would take it as an opportunity. The thing about it is that if you take it the wrong way and you get frustrated and you get upset and you start huffing and puffing about it, well, then you're going to turn her off and then you're going to miss an opportunity. But this could be flirtation. You don't want to miss out on that opportunity, brother. What was the question? Oh, we were talking. This was the question. Men just don't know when we're flirting. It's normal. It's fine. It's true. I, right now, at my old age, just found out because you told me that this is one of the ways that a woman can flirt. It's a mystery to me. It's like trying to learn hieroglyphics. All right, Is there more coffee, Casey? Oh, I have to pee anyway, so I'm gonna take a quick little. I'm gonna go get some coffee and take a pee break, and then we're doing our presentation. All right. It's the right-wing grifter pipeline. This one's gonna be good. There's a lot of substance to this one. This one's very meaty, so don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. I'll be right back. I just gotta pee before I get started. I'm gonna get a new cup of coffee. Be right back. Everybody go pee. You just ordered Taco Bell? What'd you get? What'd you get? What's the order? I want to hear it. What'd you get? What's the order? I need to know. I need to know. Because I haven't had Taco Bell in forever, and I'm gonna live vicariously through you. So, what's your Taco Bell order? Cantina chicken quesadilla, loaded nachos, and a medium lemonade. Lemonade? The only drink worth getting at Taco Bell is Baja Blast. I like the other choices, though. Loaded nachos. You know, I really liked when they brought back the Gordita Supreme. I don't know if that's the last time I went to Taco Bell. They were doing like the throwback menu and they brought back some stuff from like the 90s and shit. And they had the Gordita Supreme. I love the Gordita Supreme. They still have chalupas, which are okay, but I prefer the shell to not be deep fried. It's just a little too greasy for me. That's why I loved the chalupa. Or the Gordita. Sometimes a Crunchwrap is worth it. Do you remember when they had 89-cent Crunchwraps? There was some rumor going around that Taco Bell wasn't using real meat or something. And in response to that, they had a promo where they were selling Crunchwrap Supremes for 89 cents. I ate so many Crunchwrap Supremes during that time, it's honestly sickening. $0.89 a piece? I would order those things like 3 at a time. Crunchwrap Supreme is a fantastic name for an item. However, the quality of the Crunchwrap Supreme has fallen off. It used to, I swear, it's one of those things where it used to be better, but now it's like you get it and you're like, where's the meat? Where's the meat? This is just all lettuce. It's all tortilla. Also, if you learn how to make it at home, that's even better. Also, this is true that the breakfast Crunchwraps are superior. Okay, if you haven't tried Taco Bell breakfast, you're missing out because it's actually really good. Their breakfast burritos, you can get breakfast burritos there for pretty cheap, and they're very tasty. The Taco Bell breakfast burritos in the morning, like the breakfast Crunchwrap, they go hard. They go hard if you haven't tried it. Also, they do breakfast until like 11 or some shit. So if you wake up late and you miss McDonald's breakfast, you can go to Taco Bell and get breakfast. I will never try Taco Bell breakfast. I got health issues already, and the last time I got Taco Bell was coming out of both ends. Well, I mean, how much could one breakfast burrito do? Let's be honest. Am I telling you to test the theory tomorrow morning? I'm telling you to live your truth. I make a porridge every morning. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that who wasn't 80 years old. I finally made gruel and like orphans be eating good for real. Oh my. Like, Well, it turns out this slop ain't so bad. It's like, yeah, that slop. People lived off that slop for a long time. Just one of the understated things of human history is just how long people subsisted on bread and slop. Like maybe you get an apple every once in a while. I don't know. Yeah, that's what, was it Oliver Twist? That line is from, please, sir, may I have some more? And he's asking for more gruel. And he's like, more? You know the one? Is that Oliver Twist? Yeah. The Oliver Twist knew, like, the gruel, it's like, Oh yeah, oatmeal's a good, like, especially if you're looking to feel full during the day. Alrighty, everybody. Enough stalling. Let's get into it. This is what you all came here to see. I'm just giving people time to wander in. Now that I've got this up here, people are going to be scrolling past and be like, oh, that guy's got a slideshow. This is, without a doubt, the densest presentation that I've ever done. This presentation has some meat on its bones. There's a lot to it. There was a lot to cover. So let's not stall for too much longer. Let's get started. We are talking today about something that we've all observed happening. This is a growing trend online or in media. You know, you see people just they are going down this pipeline and they're like they end up becoming a right-wing grifter. And it's like, why does this keep happening? Why do these public figures just seem to go to the dark side? We're going to talk about it. We're really going to break it down and get into it. We're going to cover a lot of ground today, so hopefully you have your notebooks on hand. But you've waited long enough. You've waited long enough. It's 3.5 hours into the stream, which, by the way, 3.5 hours is the benchmark for recognizing that I have yet to shill. You know, if you enjoy this content, if you enjoy this stream, consider supporting it by subscribing. This stream is only made possible due to the support of viewers like you. So thank you. Anyway, let's get into it. Only positive vibe with the gifted sub. Now, don't too many people subscribe now. We might end up going on a hype train, and then the presentation will be even more delayed. I'm just kidding. I would do the presentation through the hype train. I wouldn't take a hype train break. Don't worry. OPV, thank you for gifting that sub. As always, thank you so much for all the support. Let's get to it, shall we? A right-wing grifter pipeline. Does anybody not know what I mean when I say this? Are you just here and you're just completely confused? You're like, I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what this means. I just like the vibes. If you have no idea what this is, that's fine. I will tell you. Why is it that some content creators gradually shift towards reactionary, bigoted rhetoric. Or maybe I should pronounce it rhetoric. I don't know. I like rhetoric. Like as in rhetorical, you know. I like the way that sounds better. I only know the left-wing grifters. Who? Do we have that many? We don't have that many. Are they actually left-wing or are they just radical centrists? Oh wait, no, I know a left-wing grifter. Jill Stein. Jill Stein is a perfect example of a left-wing grifter. Anybody in the Green Party. Who? Jill Stein was the presidential candidate who was running for the Green Party and she's run for a few elections now, but yeah, the Green Party is a great example of a left-wing grift. They're only in it for they've run no chance of winning. They're just in it for the donations. Grifting to the right is easy. I would say that it's easier to grift to the right than it is to grift to the left. Of the two, I would say one is easier to grift to. What you'll notice is that often what happens with these people is that this shift to the right tends to be a result to some sort of backlash that they've received. You know, maybe they fear that they're getting canceled. Maybe somebody clipped them saying something or they tweeted something and now everybody's mad at them. And so what do? Do they apologize and try to make amends? Sometimes. But what normally happens in the case of these people is they double down. And so they end up going down this path of radicalization. They move further and further to the right. I wish we had a third party. At this point, I wish we had a second party. Right now, we've got the Republicans and the Republican enablers. It's like the Democrats haven't done fucking shit. They ain't done shit. The right-wingers call them the do-nothing Dems, and I'm like, I agree with you on that one. Do fucking nothing. I've been voting Democrat my whole fucking life. I got dick all to show for it. So grifting is just like for content creators and stuff. Do you see this in a lot of public figures, a lot of people in media? You could think of people like Jordan Peterson. You could think of people like Roseanne. You remember when Roseanne, she tweeted something racist and then she jumped on the Trump train? So this could be anybody who's like a public figure who gets like, you know, they start to get some criticism for something. Maybe they say something, maybe they tweet something, maybe they just give a take that's just like really questionable. And then there's a backlash. And then instead of apologizing or trying to, you know, make it right, they double down and say, actually, I'm the victim here. I'm currently falling victim to the woke mob and DEI is why I'm getting canceled right now. This isn't normally a sudden transition. With some people, it's a little bit more sudden than others. And with some people, it's pretty abrupt. But for the most part, this is something that happens over time. And there's an interesting mix of psychological, social, and financial influences at play here. We're going to talk about all of them. We're gonna try to not miss a single thing. I tried to include everything in this, and I still there might be a thing or two that I could have included on top of it, but I feel like we covered pretty much everything you could ever want to know about this topic. You could tell my passion was really in this one. So today, this is what we're gonna explore. What are the psychological motivations behind this shift to the right? What is the role of social media in this, and how do the algorithms that social media play reinforce this type of thing? Because it's not just the people that are doing it, it's also the system that the people live in that is kind of steering them in that direction. So we're going to talk about that too. We're also going to break it down step by step. How does this happen? How does a person get radicalized? How does a person make the slip down the right-wing pipeline and now they're streaming on Rumble with Dan Bongino? We're also going to take a moment to talk about how this pipeline appeals to young men. Because as you've probably heard, and if you haven't heard this, where have you been? Young men are trending more and more to the right. People on the right are making more of an appeal to young men, and there's a sway in that direction, and we're going to talk about how this affects that. Why is it that men are appealing, to this belief system? And of course, we're going to wrap it up with some strategies to recognize, counter, and prevent this pipeline. So are we ready? Because blaming women is easy. That's part of it. That's a part of it. Just blaming anybody for your problems is an easy solution. It's a solution that a lot of people rely on. Just blame somebody else. Like, no, honey, I'm not actually mad at you. I'm mad at Jeff Bezos. All right, let's get to it. We got some ground to cover. So let's talk about the psychology of the grifter pipeline. Number one, we have to talk about loss and victimhood mentality. The creators who experience backlash, the ones that are pushed to the right, can you think of any? I'm going to try to refrain from naming people. Keep it drama-free, all right? We're just trying to talk about a topic here. But if you want to name people, that's fine. I can't stop you. The types of creators who will make this shift to the right, they often experience some sort of backlash and then go on to perceive themselves as the victims. They will externalize this blame rather than actually reflecting and saying, what did I do? Like, how was I in the wrong? Did I make a mistake? Did I do something wrong here? No. Actually, it's somebody else's fault. You're actually the victim here. Just think of how much of a relief it is to feel as if you didn't do anything wrong and actually you were the one that was wronged. It's one of the most relieving feelings that I can imagine. Absolution. A guilt-free conscience. So this is a big part of it. They view themselves as the victims. They're viewing themselves as the ones that are suffering. And I'm not saying that they aren't suffering, because they probably are, because we all suffer under capitalism unless you're a billionaire. So I'm not saying that they aren't suffering in some ways or that they aren't even victims in some ways, but it's the appeal to the identity of being a victim as a means of avoiding accountability and self-reflection. Does that make more sense? let's talk a little bit about cognitive dissonance. You remember cognitive dissonance? We did a presentation on it not that long ago. Cognitive dissonance has to do with an inconsistency between your thinking and your behaviors. There is, you've got some wires that are crossed. You believe one thing, but you act in such a way that goes against those beliefs, and it creates a sense of inner conflict. And so, in order to resolve this inner conflict that they're feeling, they justify these positions that they take by scapegoating. They scapegoat the marginalized groups, the marginalized ideologies. And this reinforces this shift to the right. DEI at it again. Blaming people of color, blaming women, blaming gay people, blaming trans people. Anything and anybody that you could blame, especially if it's a vulnerable, marginalized group. It's not a very popular or easy to digest concept if you're going to blame the majority group or a group that you're a part of. You don't want to blame your own in-group. You blame the out-groups. And which out-groups do you blame? You blame the ones that are smaller than you. You blame the ones that are more vulnerable than you. It's kind of like bully behavior. You pick on a small, fragile target rather than somebody who's taller and stronger than you. I'm just not a leftist. You probably believe in more leftist values than you would think. Also, you have to remember that I'm from America and we have practically no representation of the left at all, and I think you're from Europe, and so your understanding and representation of what a leftist is entirely different based on your cultural subjectivity. So we're going to keep that in mind, right? We're going to keep that in mind before we start picking at each other. Like, you gotta remember, like, in America, when we say leftist and socialist, it means entirely different things than if you're from Europe or you're from Russia, because, like, those words have an entirely different meaning there. Like, we have no substantial left movement, and so when we think left, we think what is more so like center in Europe. Like, our far left ideas are actually very moderate in Europe. So that's what I always have to remind people of, is because some people will be like, oh, I'm not a leftist. Well, that's because where they're from, the leftists are like, they're entirely different. They're it's like the stuff that we're pushing for as leftists in America are actually like very moderate, like not that extreme. We're always getting called radical. It's like, what? Because we want healthcare? It's like, come on. most of the civilized world has healthcare. Like, why can't we do it? I'm like, well, it doesn't make much money if we just give it away. This presentation should bring us together. I don't want to see it drive a wedge between any of us, all right? Hopefully this brings us to a better understanding of each other. Let's continue. We got more to talk about. We got ground to cover. Another aspect of the psychology of the right-wing grifter. I basically gave you a breakdown on their psychological profile so that you can understand how they think. They also are dealing with a need for status and validation. If you lose your mainstream acceptance, you're not going to be on the Disney Channel. You're not going to get airtime on the mainstream networks. They still need that affirmation. And so what they do is they seek out these reactionary spaces that can give them a sense of a renewed social standing. They're going to go into these places where it's like, do you want to come on and have a debate? Do you want to come on and talk about this topic that's divisive? Like, they're going to get invited to that kind of stuff, and that's where they're going to maintain their relevance. And so that's why they go further and further in that direction, because that's where the money is. Every time I say subjective thought, I get told I'm psychoanalyzing. You're getting told that you're psychoanalyzing by people who probably don't know what that word actually means. So just keep that in mind. People will accuse people of psychoanalyzing all the time. It's like, okay, but what does that even mean? I'm just trying to assume your intentions. I'm trying to figure out how you're thinking. I'm trying to understand how you perceive the world. We all do that all the time. We're all constantly doing that to everyone. We're trying to understand them. That's just something we do as a means of communicating and being human. Where it becomes problematic is when you start making assumptions about people based on your observations of them without actually knowing them. That's when it becomes a problem. And all right, let's continue. We gotta keep moving, people. We got slides to cover. We gotta talk about tribalism and identity formation. As they continue to move into these more and more reactionary movements, and what do I mean when I mean reactionary movements? I'm talking about political spaces, online debate shows, that kind of stuff. Talk radio, it's more and more reactionary. You can tell when you're moving in a reactionary space by gauging how angry is my audience. The angrier my audience is, the more reactionary of a person I am. And so what ends up happening is, as they are integrated into this group and they start to cultivate a sense of belonging, a sense of purpose, it now feels like my calling. This is where I was supposed to be the whole time. This is my destiny. Get it? Get it? Eh? We're not done. We're not done. I got more. Wait, I couldn't fit it all on one. We got another one. Let's go. We gotta talk about the money, obviously. That's a huge motivator. It's a huge motivator for why people will fall into this grifter pipeline. It can help to ensure their career survival. Outrage-driven content gets clicks, it gets interaction, it gets comments, it gets shared, it gets passed around, it makes the news, This type of stuff gets high amounts of engagement, which means money. It means ad revenues, it means donations, it means sponsorships, it means paid speaking opportunities. Like, hey, you want to come on my show? Hey, you want to come speak at this thing? Hey, you want to do this? You want to do that? You fall further and further into this culture that exists. And so it's this financial dependency now. It's like, okay, once you start making your money as a grifter, like that's it. Like you're locked in. That is how you survive. That's how you eat. That's how you pay your bills. That's how you pay your mortgage. And so I am now motivated financially, socially, psychologically to continue to go further and further into this. Doubling down pays off for me. I have no incentive to be a better person or to change my mind, because that would be me risking my paycheck. And so over time, what ends up happening is these people become desensitized to the rhetoric that they're spewing. So they continue to push the boundaries further and further and further. They become more abrasive, more aggressive, because that's what people want to see. It gets more engagement. You escalate. And can't forget to mention this one. The fear of irrelevance. So a grifter is someone pretending to be someone else / using deception to make money off of other people in some dishonest way, I think. That's one example. I'm gonna share with you the many different manifestations of a grifter. We haven't defined exactly what a grifter is quite yet, and that's because there are different types. And so that would be one, the person who's just in it for money. I don't actually believe what you believe, but I will say it to you as long as you continue to pay me. That is one type of grifter. Some grifters actually believe the shit that they spew. So there are different types of grifters, and we're going to cover that here soon. Don't worry, we got a lot in here. We got more. Let's keep going, shall we? Fear of irrelevance. If you are a public person, you know, if you make your money by being seen and heard, being relevant, you're afraid to lose that. You're afraid, what if people lose interest in me? What if people stop watching me, stop listening to me? And reactionary content, it offers them a new way to stay in the spotlight. So just take all of these things into consideration and just take a moment to think, does this remind you of anyone? Does anybody come to mind when you think of all of these aspects? Or does it paint a picture? Or can you start to see what's going on here? Any questions so far? Are we good? I think we're going to keep it moving. I never thought of that before. That's why there's so many has-beens in the right-wing space. Absolutely. It's a way to maintain relevancy. That's why Rob Schneider, a great example, Rob Schneider. When was the last time Rob Schneider was in a movie? It's been a long time since Rob Schneider's been in a movie in a significant way. But now, how does he maintain relevance? He tweets anti-trans shit, or I don't know. He tweets like right-wing shit. That's all I know that he does now is he's a right-winger on Twitter. They don't have many places to turn where they'll be accepted. Think of Russell Brand. Oh my god. Russell Brand is a masterclass in how to turn into a grifter. Because not only did he know that he was going to get canceled, he actually came out ahead of it and said, they're about to try to cancel me. There's going to be some stuff that you're going to hear about me that doesn't sound so good, but I just want to let you know that they're not telling the truth. He got out ahead of it. And that's like high class manipulation. That's like, gotta watch out for these ones. And before that, he was more of like a progressive, like new age, like pro mental health type thing, like self-help like that was his grift, was he was kind of like going into that, and then that ended up not working, and so he goes to the other end. I forgot about Russell Brand. I wish that I could. all of this works both ways? Absolutely. Absolutely. It does. This is true. All right, so now that we understand these people a little bit better, we've talked about what's driving these behaviors, how they're thinking, what's going on under the surface. Let's take a minute to talk about how the system that all of this operates in, TV, radio, social media, all of that, how this actually drives it and makes it worse. And a lot of it has to do with that goddamn algorithm. That goddamn algorithm at it again. The thing about social media algorithms is that they don't care what you're talking about, really. They don't care as long as it doesn't violate the TOS. They don't care what you're talking about. As long as it generates them engagement. As long as there are clicks. As long as there are people looking at those ads, typing those comments, sharing it, posting it, reacting to it, that makes money. And the stuff that is prioritized is the stuff that is often amplifying these extreme controversial takes. And so what does this do? This encourages creators to move in this way of being more and more reactionary. Look at how mad I am about this thing. Why aren't you mad about this thing? You should be mad about this thing. If you're not mad about this thing, where have you been? Have you been paying attention? That's being reactionary. Me being reactionary is me saying, I'm going to show you just how mad I am about this thing. You need to be mad about it too. If you're not mad about it, you're wrong. You're making a mistake. And so people watch it and they're like, something I didn't include in this presentation that's just now coming to me is, why do people watch this kind of shit? And it's because we've all got anger that we're trying to deal with or trying to process. And sometimes people will do that by watching somebody who tells them this is what you should be mad about. This is why you are upset. They're giving you a reason for why you feel so frustrated. The real reason why so many people feel so frustrated is because our country is a capitalist shithole, but nobody really wants to talk about that. They would rather just blame somebody else for doing it to you. It's wokeness. Wokeness is the problem. So what ends up happening with these algorithms is that people get recommended this content, and then they get recommended it more, and so they end up getting more and more extreme content presented to them. They might go into it like, oh, this is a self-help thing, and then they're like, okay, now it's actually pushing a political agenda, and it goes further and further down that rabbit hole. Speaking of these feedback loops, we gotta talk about echo chambers. The internet is a big place. It's a series of tubes. There's all sorts of little chambers in it where people like to hang out. So what ends up happening because of these echo chambers is that now that you have been embraced by a reactionary audience, you have received a consistent supply of reinforcement. You are getting validation. You are getting, praise and approval for doing what you're doing. And this is just going to motivate you further and further to do it. There are just think of some certain subreddits or certain Discord servers. What happens when the reactionary person retreats to their own little echo chamber? They've just got a little army of peons there waiting for them to say, You know, hey, you're here. Oh my god, you did such a great job. Oh my god, you really owned him. You're so based. So what ends up happening here is that it makes it really difficult for the content creator to pivot back, because I'm going to get severe backlash from this. It's going to be me basically abandoning my entire audience if I change my opinion on anything. I have to lock in. I have to double down. If I don't, I risk losing everything. Are the gears turning? Are we really just, we're understanding more and more why this happens and why people fall into this trap? Why it just seems like it's happening all the time, and it seems like people that maybe you looked up to them at one point, maybe you liked this person once, maybe you used to like watching them play a video game, but now all they can do is just offer dog shit political takes and complain about women in video games. And you're confused by that. You're like, wait, what happened? I watched them because they were good at a video game, and now they're telling me that ooh. I would say that this is such a common occurrence that most people here have probably had somebody that historically they used to like as a content creator, that now it's just like, there's just no way. For a lot of people, that's that would be, you know, the recent drama that you've been seeing all over Twitch and with like these content nukes, you know, like that kind of shit. Like, okay, we're seeing it. Cutie Cheeks, being right-wing in Europe is entirely different than being right-wing in the United States. Their right is further to the left than our left is in many ways. See, y'all, we can't afford ourselves an American-centric worldview. We can't operate under the understanding that everybody thinks and acts like an American. You gotta remember, it's a whole big wide world out there, and things are different for some people. Cutie Cheeks is just ready to throw down. And you know what? I'm here for it, but it's alright. We're all friends here. I'm infuriated by this topic. Oh yeah, this one's juicy, isn't it? The goal of this presentation is to help us come together in response to this trend, you know? All right. So, how does the algorithm and social media influence this? Let's talk about it a little bit more. What ends up happening is when you become a more reactionary figure, you start building connections with more reactionary figures. I'm showing up on their shows, I'm showing up on their podcasts, we're collaborating. And so now, you know, I am further and further entrenched in this identity as a reactionary person. And lastly, one more point about this. Sometimes it's the problem of the platform being slow to curb this type of content. There are places on the internet where they really allow these types of grifters to thrive because they don't really do much to stop them. You know, there's just not really like any guardrails in place. And so you've got this like these patterns of harmful rhetoric just available and accessible and it really just yeah, or it's just a way of them showing their quiet approval. It's like, well, we're not going to do anything about it, and we're just going to kind of ignore it and let it happen. We're not going to comment on it at all. That way we can just claim ignorance. Or maybe the richest man in the world bought the platform and now you're allowed to say slurs again. Alright, let's talk about this shift. Let's talk about how it happens. Let's break it down step by step. For most people, what ends up happening in this shift to the right, a controversial incident. The creator faces a backlash over something. They said something, there's a clip of them saying something, or they did something, they sent a tweet, and you know, due to it either being insensitive or problematic, there was controversy because of this. I need to watch this presentation again when my brain works better. This might be one where you might need to go through it a couple times. As I said, I packed a lot into this one. This is probably one of the most dense presentations that we're ever going to go through. Like I said, 2 of the slides don't even have pictures on them because there's so many words. Often it's really racist or ignorant and it's easy to apologize and learn, but they refuse. Oh yeah, absolutely, because what happens if you do that? All of the other people who would also never apologize for anything ever, they're just gonna dogpile you for it. They're gonna say that you're, you know, they're gonna... Accountability isn't very popular amongst these people. You know, they don't really like to own up to their mistakes or their wrongdoings, and when they hurt people, they would rather just double down and say, well, you know, they had it coming, and actually I'm the victim. Are my presentations on YouTube? They are. I've got a YouTube channel. They'll be under my live tab because I just stream the whole thing, so it's just the whole video. I don't trim like just the presentation down for YouTube. I could, but that takes time. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll get an editor someday. Somebody who's like, I'll trim down your slideshows for YouTube for you for free. Like, okay, bet. Number 2. What happens after the incident? Well, it's time to take defense. So you see this defensive posturing. Rather than acknowledge any wrongdoing, I'm going to position myself as the victim. This is cancel culture. This is wokeness. This is the radical left. So much for the tolerant left. I am the victim here. What happened to free speech? Why can't I speak my mind anymore? And so this criticism that I'm getting, this is unjust. I'm being persecuted here. Step 3. The right-wing audience engagement. What ends up happening after this incident is people that are on the reactionary side, these types of groups, will start to rally behind them. They will come to their defense. They will say, actually, what they said wasn't so bad. Oh, no, they were right. They should have said that. they're actually based and you're cringe. See, I made a meme and they're the Chad and you're the Soy Jack. So that's how I know that I'm right. They rally behind this person, and now this is an opportunity. This is a new audience. I can now form a platform here. I'm a part of the anti-woke resistance. I'm gonna stand up against wokeness and cancel culture and DEI and all of this other stuff that I just like to be able to conveniently blame for the fact that I'm kind of a piece of shit. Number 4, you start to see a shift in their content, and the community starts to change as well. So let's say that hypothetically you used to be a video game streamer. Maybe you played a video game. What's a video game? Name a video game for me. Maybe you played World of Warcraft or something, and you were a content creator. But now my content isn't about that anymore. Now I'm only making content that caters to my new audience. This is going to continue to increase my engagement and my monetization. And so the shift starts to happen. And this is where a lot of people will start to, they might have had some like ride or die fans who are like hoping they'd come around, hopefully they'd see the light. Hopefully they do the right thing. I haven't really given up on them yet. But it's like, at this point, it's like, I don't know. They don't even make videos about what I used to watch them do that I liked originally, and now it's just all this. It's just all reactionary bullshit. And then step 5 is the full embrace of the grift. At this stage, the financial and social incentives have solidified. They are now a transformed person. They are a reactionary person. This is what they do. I don't need to do with this is my new calling. I'm sucked in. I'm down the pipeline. We talked about why the pipeline pulls you in and why it's hard to get out of it. So now you're understanding, they're like, all right, I'm in. As a result of this, it makes it extremely difficult to return to their previous stance. They would face major social backlash, which is what pushed them down this path in the beginning anyway. That was social backlash. And they would also risk their paycheck. Like, if you're a right-wing grifter and you apologize and you say, I was wrong, it's like, I don't think anybody's going to want anything to do with you. It's like, who do you have left at that point? You're going to get rid of the only people that care to listen to you. All right. So we understand the process, we understand their thinking, the psychology behind it. Let's talk about some archetypes. Let's talk about some of the different flavors of a grifter. Number 1. Probably one of the more common ones, at least to my knowledge. I could probably name more of this type than the other types. The edgelord turned provocateur. The edgelord reactionary. This is a person that began as somebody who was edgy and funny, and they were provocative, so they were pushing boundaries, and it was all about shock value. So maybe you followed him because you just thought, hey, this is just a funny little guy. This is just a funny little guy. He's harmless. He makes me laugh. He's funny. This type of person very commonly will lean into that reactionary rhetoric. They're going to get backlash. When you're edgy and you're provocative, you get a lot of backlash. And when you're exposed to consistent, because this is something to consider. People go down this pipeline, maybe not just for one thing. Like maybe it was one big thing, like maybe you sent a really fucked up tweet. Sometimes it's several small things. Maybe the backlash accumulates over time. But the important thing to remember is that there is backlash, and that's part of what pushes you in that direction. So you continue to get pushed into more and more reactionary spaces that are celebrating your behaviors. Guys, I'm just a funny guy. I'm just a humor man. Yeah, claiming to be a comedian is a very convenient excuse to just say shit without any repercussion. Like, what do you mean? I'm just a comedian. Don't you know how to take a joke? I make jokes for a living. It's supposed to be funny. Lighten up. You're actually the problem. Alright. Number two, the reasonable centrist who slides right. This is the type of person who will initially present themselves as someone neutral. You know, maybe they don't really talk about politics much, or if they do, they critique both sides. But in these cases, what ends up happening is they continue to gradually focus more on attacking progressive causes. Because attacking progressive causes is the American way. We love to do that shit. We attack progressive causes all the time. Just think about how they're attacking progressive causes right now. They're calling people who are receiving benefits or disability, they're calling them the parasite class. Like that's where we're at right now. So this is the type of person who will just continue to slide more and more to the right, and they're going to be disproportionately complaining about wokeness and downplaying their own right-wing extremism. This type of person is not really a centrist, they just present themselves as a centrist. Isn't that how Joe Rogan started? I would say that this is a good example. Joe Rogan would be a good example for this one. Joe Rogan would be a good example for this one because when Joe Rogan started as a podcaster, he did hundreds and hundreds of episodes where all he did was just like, I'm just going to bring somebody on and I'm going to smoke weed. I'm going to ask him questions. And a lot of people were like, okay, that sounds kind of cool. Like, oh, he's talking to scientists, he's talking to politicians, and they're having an actual conversation. That sounds kind of cool. But then it's like, he's slid very far to the right at this point. Asmund fits this shit too. Yeah, I would say that that's also a good fit. They portray themselves as being reasonable, like, all right, let's calm down here. Let's, like, we can talk about this like adults, and they portray themselves as being the reasonable centrist, but it's all just, it's a fucking hoax. Number 3, the former progressive turned anti-woke crusader. This is the type of person who might have once identified as a left-leaning or a progressive, but shifts due to personal grievances, backlash, or financial incentives. Can you think of anybody who fits this one? I have some people that come to mind. I'm thinking like TYT. This is J.K. Rowling. This is TERFs. You know, they used to be a radical feminist, but now it's like, ooh, I don't know if trans people should have rights. That's a TERF. It's like they used to be radical, they used to be progressive, they were all about social progress and change and equality, and until we got to trans people, and then they're like, ooh. So that's they fit into this category, and that's J.K. Rowling. Would Asmongold be on this? I would say that Asmongold is more of the reasonable centrist who has slid to the right. Because he was the type to portray himself as, you know, rational and reasonable, and, you know, he doesn't get angry and yell about stuff when he talks. He talks about it in a way it's like, that makes sense. Yeah, that seems fair. You know, it's like he's portraying the role of the reasonable, you know, both sides are fucked up, you know, it's like that kind of shit. So what ends up happening with these former leftists turned anti-woke crusaders is, you know, they have personal grievances, maybe they have backlash, you know, maybe they have financial incentives, maybe they're just not able to pay their bills anymore. But oftentimes what they'll do is they'll frame themselves as a disillusioned former leftist. And that they've seen the light. And that shit pisses me off. Now that shit pisses me off. But wait, there's more. Oh wait, I had the wrong title on this one. I was in such a hurry to finish this up. Hold on, I'm gonna fix it real quick. Close your eyes, don't look. Here we go. You saw nothing. We have more. We have more archetypes. This one would be Russell Brand. Russell Brand, this is the Russell Brand type. Or Jordan Peterson. That type of person. The self-help guru turned ideologue. This is the person who gains an audience through self-improvement, fitness, financial advice, but gradually infuses reactionary talking points. They'll talk about how masculinity is in crisis, and they often use that as a gateway to a conservative ideology. Who the fuck is Jordan Peterson? He's a frog. He's a Canadian frog. No, Canadian Kermit. Jordan Peterson. Canadian Kermit. Jordan Peterson is a Canadian psychologist, and he received quite a large amount of backlash for his anti-trans rhetoric. He's been in a little bit of hot water with the University of Toronto. And so what happened with Jordan Peterson was he got addicted to benzodiazepines, which are a powerful drug, highly addictive. And he went to Russia to be put into a coma so that he could detox off of the drugs. It's my Jordan Peterson voice. And if you know what Jordan Peterson sounds like, you know that I do a fantastic Jordan Peterson impression. There's no denying it. He sounds like Canadian Kermit the Frog. If you want to sound like Jordan Peterson, you got to be able to do Kermit the Frog. You're like, Kermit the Frog here. But then you got to be Canadian. You got to be Canadian Kermit. You got to be Canadian Kermit. That's what Jordan Peterson sounds like. What is happening to men today? I weep for the state of masculinity in this world. If you want to clean up your life, you gotta start by cleaning your room. Hi, Atticus. Atticus is like, what are you yelling about? Oh, it's okay, Atticus. I'm just doing my Jordan Peterson impression. I'm okay, buddy. Don't worry. He literally does sound like that. Should I pull up a clip? You don't know what he sounds like? Pull up a clip. Let me find a clip of him saying clean your room.
I had a girl come up to me last night at the end of my talk, and this happens all the time. She said, I started cleaning up my room last year and it completely changed my life. She said, your room is an externalization of your mind.
All right, we got one more type. We got one more type. The conspiracy theory opportunist. This is the type of person that will attract an audience through alternative media, a skepticism of mainstream narratives, and government mistrust. Basically, this is just the type of person who's out and willing to take advantage of conspiratorially minded people. There are a lot of people that spend a lot of time and effort and energy engaging in conspiracy theories, and this is the type of person that opportunizes off of that. They're like, I can make some money off of these people. And what ends up happening a lot of time is they'll end up adopting reactionary politics under the guise of questioning everything. Turning the damn frogs gay! They're turning... Kind of like Alex Jones types. It's like, does Alex Jones actually believe half the shit he talks about? Probably not. But he's making money off of people for saying it. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. Get fucked, Alex Jones. Turning the freaking frogs gay! Oop. Well, I need to fix this one too. The title is wrong on this one. One second. Alright, this is what we're actually after. Why are young men shifting to the right? Why do men fall for right-wing grifts? Let's talk about it. A big reason why young men get pulled into right-wing grifts is because it takes advantage of their insecurity. They feel alienated. They're socially isolated. They're frustrated. They feel like they're lacking a sense of purpose. And so when somebody comes along and offers them identity, belonging, and they give them solutions to their problems, it sucks them in. Oftentimes, this sort of thing starts off by offering some genuinely helpful advice. You know, there might be some actual usable advice mixed in there. And so you're not initially aware of what you're getting roped into. Another really common thing that you see in right-wing grifters is they will weaponize masculinity. They will tell you constantly, time and time again, that masculinity is under attack. And that the last chance for real men to survive is with them. And so they end up reinforcing these traditional gender norms, you know, they reinforce these toxic traits. Which is just, like, a lot of men struggle with the idea of what is it to be a man. A lot of men have a hard time feeling like they are who they're supposed to be, that they are a man. And it's like, sometimes they feel lost and confused, and so they look to other men to tell them, please tell me, somebody tell me, what the fuck is it supposed to be? What the fuck am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to be a man? What is being a man like? And they'll tell them. They'll take advantage of that insecurity. They'll take advantage of that frustration and that isolation as a way of selling you an idea that I can use to manipulate you. Because they don't actually care about men or men's rights or how men are being treated. They don't give a shit. They want men's money. That's why they appeal to them. They don't actually give a fuck about them. This kind of ties into what we were saying, but it's this trap that they get you into. They sell you on the self-improvement trap. What a lot of grifters will do is they'll start out by offering fitness advice, finance advice, self-improvement advice, before they gradually start to reel you into their more reactionary takes. And that's because they have a hard time getting you to just go in unless you're already a reactionary. If you're not a reactionary type person, or that's not the type of content that you're really invested in or you're going for, then you're not really gonna find a place there. But this is one of the ways that they suck people in. They take advantage of people who are lonely, confused, and frightened, and they sell them on the idea of self-improvement. And then they end up sucking them into a grift that makes you worse. It doesn't help you. It ends up just fucking you over. It ends up making you worse. Imagine you just want to learn workouts and you end up becoming a Nazi. There are people out there that happened to. That has happened to people. It's like, slowly reel them in. And lastly, we've got that victimhood framing. It feels good to be told that someone else is actually the responsible party for why you are suffering. It feels good to feel like, oh no, you actually are doing nothing wrong. You're actually the victim here. The real enemy is insert minority group or marginalized group here. You know, it's feminism, it's DEI, it's the progressive left. They are the ones that are making life harder for men. And so it redirects their frustration away from the systemic issues that are actually harming men and onto marginalized groups that don't have any power or say or control over how men are treated. And so, do you see now why it's so frustrating? I don't know what needs to be said to these people to get it through their heads that a marginalized group is not the one that is responsible for your suffering. That's the billionaires, my brother. You know what? There is a minority group that is affecting your well-being, and it's billionaires. The minority group that you need to worry about is billionaires. As long as they can keep people punching down or fighting amongst themselves, then they can continue to reap profit off of you and take advantage of you and exploit you. So wake up. If you don't see me again after this presentation, it's because I'm in Guantanamo Bay. It means that the government put a black bag over my head and flew me down to Cuba, and I'm getting waterboarded. All right. We talked about the pipeline. We understand it. Let's talk about how we break it. How can we break these pipeline? How can we break the pipeline? Can they escape? Can they escape? It's hard to. It's hard to. When you continue to double down and then again and again and again, you just keep doubling down and you don't take accountability. It's like, if I don't stay the course, I'm going to get a lot of backlash. I might lose my audience. I might compromise my finances. I might lose all of my social status. And so it's really hard for a lot of creators to get out of this once they're in it. It sucks. It's just, even though they're making money off of this, can you just imagine how awful it would be to just have an audience full of reactionary right-wingers? Like, oh my god, I would hate, that would suck. Oh my god, wouldn't that just be terrible? Could you imagine a more miserable group of people to have as your community? An audience full of just reactionary edgelords? Oh my god. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I think the best thing to do is prevention. I think our best course of action here is prevention. We need to encourage healthier responses to backlash. We need to encourage self-reflection instead of defensiveness. And we also need to improve people's media literacy so that they can become resistant to this reactionary radicalization. You know, pay attention to the way that your content is shifting. Pay attention to what it is that they're trying to get you to see. Pay attention to whenever, you know, something's popping up on your feed and It's just because it's gaining a lot of traction, it's gaining a lot of interest. It's dramatic, it's controversial. It's eye-catching. An important part of countering this is understanding how it works, and I feel like that's a big reason for why we're doing this presentation today, is to just understand the process better. You know, we want to understand, you know, how people are being manipulated. And we also want to work to hold grifters accountable. And also, an important thing to remember is that it's important to have spaces where we can engage in constructive dialogue without resorting to extremism. Like, there are important things that we need to have conversations about, and we need to not just fall into echo chambers. Like, if we're gonna criticize right-wingers for being in echo chambers, it's like, you have to be mindful of being in an echo chamber yourself. Early intervention matters. This is something that's really hard to pull people out of, so the earlier you can get to them, the better. If you're able to engage critically with content at earlier stages, you're less likely to fall down the pipeline. So to just be considerate of when you're finding yourself going into a more and more reactionary space. I can't decide if it's worse when these grifters actually believe what they're saying or when they don't. Good point. Good question. Which is worse? I would say that them actually believing it might be worse. I mean, because they've got conviction. They can go at it with their full faith because it's what they believe. It's in line with their belief system. And so that allows them to put more into it and to really show just how meaningful, unless they're just a really good salesperson. But yeah, there are definitely people out there who are just in it to make money. They will be reactionary just because they can profit off of it. They don't actually care about those political issues. They don't. They just care about making money. And I feel like that's what a lot of people are in it for. It's time for some discussion. I have some questions for you. Have you noticed this shift in content creators? What sort of patterns stand out to you? I think we broke it down pretty well. So what are we thinking? Does anybody come to mind? Have you noticed this pattern before? In some people, you've probably noticed it go on more quickly. In some people, they can make this transition in a span of months. In some people, it takes years. I'll give you an example of one. I used to like watching JonTron's videos like years and years and years ago. And then he ended up going down the right-wing pipeline, and that happened to him. And it's like, fuck. It's like, God damn it. You know, it's like you think you know a person. my God, it's been over 10 years now probably, but like that was definitely one that was like, oh yeah, that sucks. Because you like, whenever you like somebody's content, you want to like them as a person. You know, you want to assume that this is a good person. You know, this is somebody I can look up to, and I don't just appreciate them for the content they create. I think that they're, you know, they're a decent and moral person. You saw this happening around the 2015-2016 era. Yeah, a lot of it started happening around 2015, 2016. It became more and more popular to be a reactionary voice around that time period. It kind of falls in line with the first Trump term. You know, the thing about it is, like, whenever somebody that you like their content, you kind of admire them in a way, right? It's like you're a fan of them. You think, you know, you appreciate what they do. They, you know, they brighten your day with the ways that they are able to entertain you. And then you find out that they're actually a piece of shit. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Really hurts to have to throw out all that Teddy Fresh, especially considering how overpriced it was. Before it was mostly kept on 4chan, right? It's like there was a lot, like that was where it was. It was all on 4chan. And nowadays, Twitter feels like 4chan. Anytime I go to Twitter, it's like I feel like I'm on fucking 4chan again, and it's gross. I haven't been on 4chan since I was like a young adult. John Fetterman, oof. 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 John Fetterman was a recent one. Libertarians will pretend to be left-wing just to rug pull. That's because libertarians don't have any morals. I'm a cynical sort. I see it as a part of a nation-state backed agenda towards distributed, targeted, asymmetrical psychological warfare. Why fire bullets when you can bend minds through social media? Yeah, they've been doing that shit since the fucking 60s. The CIA, the FBI, they realized we don't need to get our hands dirty and actually do any killing. We can just rile up some extremist and get them to do it for us. We just have to give them a time and a place and a big shiny gun, and they'll do the rest. That's how the FBI killed Martin Luther King Jr. They just riled up some fucking angry hick. They said, all right, stand here at this time, and when he steps out on this balcony. It gives them plausible deniability. What are your thoughts on the psychology behind this pipeline? You know, we really broke down the psychology behind it today. So what are you thinking? How are you feeling? Were we accurate? Did we touch on all the points? Was there anything we missed out on? Is there anything we skipped over? Which sort of factors do you think are the most influential? Money is probably number one. Money. Number two, social standing or relevance is probably up there. And what can we, as the viewers, as the consumers of this content, what can we do to promote accountability in content creation while avoiding reactionary backlash traps? Do we just need to keep talking about it? Do we just need to keep pointing it out so that people understand it? We're not going to get everybody out of the reactionary traps because reactionary people have always existed and reactionary spaces have always existed. So we're not going to do anything to make it go away completely. But we're trying to minimize the amount of shifting into this reactionary, I missed most of it because I was attacked by your leftist crew. So much for the tolerant left. What'd you say that pissed him off? Did they call you a mean name? They're attacking you by calling you a TERF? Well, how do you feel about trans people? They self-identified as a TERF. I don't even know if English is their first language. Can't say anything. I want to hear your honest thoughts and opinions on trans people. That's all I want to hear. That's why I'm reserving my judgment. I just want you to spell it out for me. You got cutie cheeks frothing at the mouth, and I'm trying to figure this out. Do you feel like the right offers more incentives to media personalities than the left? What I'm sort of getting at is, can the left afford to ignore the Joe Rogans? No, I don't think so. I think the left needs a Joe Rogan. I think the left in many ways needs to work on their approach, because very often we are quick to, become, a little bit, defensive sometimes. And you can't really fault people for doing that, because progressive movements have been, bashed and minimized, and they've even gone so far as to kill people who promoted progressive or leftist ideologies. So it makes sense that we would be defensive, but I don't think defensiveness is really a strength for us in this case. I'm thinking about sitting this one out. I'm thinking about you guys can hash this one out amongst yourselves. Figure it out. Blaming like left-wing or progressive activists as being an actual like cause of anyone's suffering is propaganda. I just want you to recognize that. Like the quote, like using your words, the blue-haired girls protesting on college campuses, they are not the enemy. They have all the rights? Not here they don't. Not here they don't. They're actively stripping away their rights in our country. Were you aware of that? Maybe it's different in your country. You see how I'm asking questions so that we can develop a mutual understanding of each other? I think you're making some generalizations and you're buying into a little bit of a propaganda, because no marginalized group is responsible for your suffering. Feminists protesting on college campuses are not responsible for anybody's suffering. Let's wrap up this presentation, shall we? Yeah, I have a trans friend who recently had their passport seized from them. They had their passport taken by the State Department. So, I just want you to be mindful that you are in a space with a lot of Americans, and the status of, how trans people are being treated in America is very frustrating. There's a lot of fucked up stuff happening right now that I don't know if people are being made aware of abroad. So I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here. I don't think any of you here are a bad person because you watch me. Why would a bad person watch me? I just think that we could learn a little bit more about the conditions that both of us live in so that we can understand our perspective. And I would hope that you would understand why people would feel defensive, because there are things happening to their friends and people that they care about right now in our country. So that's why we're feeling on edge. I need to know why it happened. The reason why it happened is because we have a fascist movement in our government. I'm going to blame the people who are actually passing the legislation. I'm going to hold them responsible. I'm not going to hold a protester responsible. That makes no sense. I'm going to hold the person that passed the laws responsible. I'm going to hold the person that voted, hold the people that voted for that person responsible. We just had a big long talk about not blaming a marginalized group for our problems, because that's what they want you to do. That's how they lure you in. Let's just take a moment to breathe. Everybody take a big, deep breath. This is a hot topic. It got us heated today. But hopefully we're all able to grow closer because of this. While some creators fall into this pipeline unintentionally, others will knowingly exploit it for financial gain. And as we were talking about earlier, we're not sure which one's worse. They're both bad. We're not sure which one's worse. By recognizing the social and psychological mechanisms behind this shift, it helps us to resist and counter the manipulative content that is being presented to us. So that was the whole point of this presentation, to learn, to understand, so that we can do more to counter it. Like maybe you have somebody in your family. I'll give you an example. Maybe you've got somebody in your family. Maybe it's a cousin, maybe it's a young sibling, I don't know. And they're a young adult. And you notice that they start following certain content creators, or they start reiterating certain talking points. It's like you want to help them and you want to talk to them about this in a meaningful and knowledgeable way so that you can help to avert going further and further into that reactionary rabbit hole. As media consumers, we have influence over online spaces. We should support the creators that are ethical, and we should work to challenge the deceptive narratives. This is how we make a difference. We have a voice and we use it. In the long term, the best way to counter radicalization is to foster environments where accountability and constructive conversations are possible. Ahem. That's what we're trying to do here. We don't want to drive people into further and further into their reactionary spaces. And so we have to be mindful with how we approach people who might have a different set of beliefs than us, even if we find their beliefs to go against everything that we know. If we're going to change their mind, we can't come at them screaming and waving our fists. They're already sliding in one direction. We don't need to push them so that they're going faster in that direction. Paytusk, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. So my hope is that, by learning this, by talking about this, you might be able to help somebody in your life. It's not about you winning back your favorite content creator. We're not trying to change any of their minds, because once they go down that rabbit hole, it's pretty hard to get them back. But what I'm hoping is that maybe somebody that maybe somebody that you see, they're 18, 19, they're, a young adult, and they're starting to come into themselves, and they're trying to figure out life, and they're looking for help and guidance, and they start to get sucked in to these spaces. This will empower you to help them, to actually sit down and have a conversation and explain to them what's going on. They're trying to take advantage of you. They're going to appeal to you by offering you help, and then they're going to sell you an idea, and then they're going to slowly work you into it, so that next thing you know, you're mad about all this stuff that you didn't even realize was happening. And I understand the anger and I understand the frustration, but we're not really going to change anybody's mind by coming at them in an angry and frustrated way. Do we actually care about changing people's minds, or do we just care about being right? All right, that's it. That's the presentation. Whew. Whew. Hefty. Hefty. We got through it. We got through it, eh? Look at all these slides. We covered some ground today. Well, that's the presentation. I do genuinely want to change people's minds. I just get so infuriated and repulsed and I split on them. Well, hey, look at it this way. Every time you do that, that's practice on how you navigate that. Every time that happens is an opportunity to do something different. And look at how good you did. Look at you taking deep breaths and calming yourself down. You did such a good job. All right, everybody, bring it in. Bring it in. This is mandatory. Bring it in. Mandatory. That's the presentation. I missed the beginning. I'm going to rewatch it. I'll post these slides on the Discord too, just in case. I feel like, who knows? I like to post my slides because I'm like, who knows? Somebody might need them. Somebody might use them as a reference. Somebody might show them to somebody and say, hey, I want to talk to you about this topic. Check this out. So I feel like having these on hand might be helpful, especially if you're trying to like deprogram somebody in your, somebody that you care about. And you're trying to, how to change minds if I'm not right, though. Maybe you're just trying to convince the other person that you're both wrong. All right, I'm gonna save these slides. I'm gonna save them. I'm gonna upload them to the Discord here. I'm gonna put it in the Show Talk channel, so if you want a copy of these slides, big, beefy presentation. Right-wing grifter pipeline. Put a fork in that one, because it's done. I think about showing the slides to someone, not the stream. He will not watch it. Is it me? Does he think I'm ugly? Maybe he's willing to read the slides with me and have a chill talk about it. That's probably an easier sell. I understand why people wouldn't want to watch me. I am very ugly. People turn on my stream and they go, ugh. Ugh. You're gonna play Stardew? I love Stardew Valley. What's funny is that Casey and I were sitting on the couch playing Stardew Valley and we were watching Robbie P on one of the other monitors, and Robbie was talking about wanting to play Stardew again, and we were like, we're actually playing it right now, and then like 5 people in his chat were like, I'm playing it right now too. Twitch can be a lot for older folks. LOL, no offense, older folks in chat. We've got a few, actually, and I'm pretty proud of that. Thanks for the stream. I'm gonna check. Well, you know, I'm actually caught up with the questions too, so I think, yeah, we're pretty squared away. I think we're pretty squared away. I'm trying to get my mom on Twitch. You know, my mom will ask me about where she can watch my show, and I'm like, I'm on Twitch, and I'll like send her a link, and she's like, I don't know how to work this. I'm like, I got my intelligence from you, Mom. You can figure it out. Come on. Just an FYI, you can't use rain totems to chain stormy days anymore to get battery packs. What's the strategy there? Should we just have a bunch of lightning rods to really take advantage of the stormy days so we can get a bunch of battery packs? Because I think the play is I want to get the iridium sprinklers, and then I want to fill the greenhouse with like berries that continue to respawn, and then I want to just have them water themselves. We just unlocked the greenhouse on our playthrough, which is pretty exciting. We got the greenhouse. We're playing on the islands map where it's got like the river that runs through it, and your farm is a bunch of different little islands. We just got rabbits. We've upgraded both the coop and the barn to the highest level, so we've got all the animals now. Just get like 20 lightning rods. Oh, I need more lightning rods. Plant fruit trees in the greenhouse too. You can plant fruit trees in there too. Oh my god, you're right. I planted the rare seed in there because it was like, this only grows in fall. I was like, you're going in the greenhouse then. Fruit trees in the greenhouse. Good idea. Yeah, what I was gonna do was I was gonna make a bunch of those pots that you can plant stuff in and just put it all along the edges of the greenhouse, and then put a bunch of like trees and shit in those, right? Isn't that the play? And then I fill the greenhouse field with like berries and stuff that continues to populate so that I have maximum profit. My wine is, yeah, we've been making mead. We've got a lot of honey, so we've been making mead out of it. What I need is I need to start getting some more iridium so that I can actually make more iridium stuff. I don't really have much iridium yet. I haven't really seen much of it in the wild. You got a layout for me? I'll take a look at it. Some floor planning for the greenhouse. Lightning rods, battery packs, crystallarium, duplicate jade, desert trader Sundays for staircases, unlimited iridium. All right, I'll keep that in mind. You want to duplicate Jade. Interesting. I haven't unlocked the desert yet, but I think that's one of the next things we'll do. Since we got all the upgrades on our coops and our barn and stuff, we still need to upgrade the house. We haven't upgraded the house yet. We don't have a kitchen. We have a fully upgraded farm. Explain Sneeko, LOL. I don't know. Some people are just really fucking stupid. Some people, that's the best explanation you'll get for them, is that they're just a complete and utter buffoon. Based on what I've seen of him, that's about all I have to say about him. It's like, wow, this guy's really dumb. Like, profoundly stupid. Oh, Atticus. Oh, he knows it's dinner time. Which means it's dinner time. Which means it's dinner time. Dude said Andrew Tate was trash, then hopped on the grifter wave a year later. Yeah, that's because if you're gonna stand up on the internet and say Andrew Tate is trash, then you have to be welcome to the backlash of the people that support him. And Sneeko is a whiny little poo-poo diaper baby and couldn't stand up to it, and so he's like, well, if you can't beat him, join him. Like, I don't care about talking shit. I don't fucking care. I'll stand up to anybody. I don't give a shit. I'll call a piece of shit a piece of shit. I won't lose any sleep over it. At 150 plus, it's almost all iridium. Now, is this... So, 150 plus, is that the regular mine or is that somewhere different? Because I've gotten down to the bottom of the mine and it's 120. Do you have to have staircases to go lower than that? Can you go lower in the regular mine? Is that how that works? Oh, the desert, because there's a different mine in the desert. The desert has its own mine. And you have to go all the way... Oh, and 150 plus, it's almost all iridium. Oh, it's just like... The whole floor is just iridium. Nice. Nice. We'll have to give you a look at our setup sometime. Our farm's looking pretty good. We're still in the first, actually we just started the second year. We're in spring. We just had the egg festival, so it's still pretty early. Desert mines are infinite? I'm learning so much. I've never been to the desert yet. Is this streamer called Sneeko a right-winger? Yes. Yeah. If anything, at least he's a useful idiot. If nothing else, he's a useful idiot for right-wingers. Like, sometimes people are a part of the right wing without even really having a political mindset. Like, they just don't really know what they're doing or what they're talking about. They're useful idiots to that political movement. And so I think that's a better description of him, because I think that he's just completely and utterly just idiotic. You gotta remember that some people get popular just because of how stupid they are. If you are just really fucking stupid and you just stream yourself all the time and you just show everybody how big of a fucking idiot you are, people will watch it. People turn their head for a car wreck. Ooh. Don't underestimate idiots. Oh. Believe me, I know idiots. I see one every day when I look in the mirror. Well, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid, shall we? While I find someone to raid, this gives you one last chance to subscribe. You know, I know that you just love subscribing to this channel. I know that you love supporting mental health on Twitch. So if you're not already subscribed, consider subscribing, dropping that Prime sub. You know, if not, you know, consider asking for a sub. Consider saying, "Pretty please, I need a sub." People shy. You know, maybe somebody will. Did we learn something today? That's all I wanted. I just wanted us to learn something today. I feel like that's my purpose. It's my calling in life. Did we learn something today? About ourselves? About life? About the internet? Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to Mick Jin. I'm looking forward to playing some Stardew, to be honest. I'm about to go figure out what's for dinner, and then I'm going to see if I can get Casey to play some more Stardew with me out on the couch. But who do I raid? Rhizome, yeah, probably. The old standby. Yeah, let's raid Rhizome and you can talk about all the fun stuff you learned about right-wing grifters as he exposes you to right-wing brain rot. Alright, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. I'm going to go make some dinner. Have a good night. Take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. I'll see y'all next time. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.